Good Sunday morning, and we're live here at Gainesville Raceway, getting ready for the Sunday portion of the doubleheader of the Summit ET Series. Here in just a moment, cars will be headed down the track to make their time runs. We only do one time run per class, and we will go right into eliminations. We are supposed to go hot here at 9 o'clock, which is only 2 minutes away. Just real quick before we get to racing, we want to thank all of our sponsors that make everything happen. Team GRE, Goolsby Racing Enterprises, located right here in Gainesville, Florida. They can take care of all your signs needs. They can do T-shirts. They can do wraps on vehicles and boats. If that's something that you might need, give them a call at 352-870-7258. Also, on-the-spot lawn maintenance, full-service lawn care for you. Hey, your grass is probably growing just like mine. Hey, if you need a quote, or you want to just go ahead and give them a call to come on out and mow your grass, give them a call at 904-966-1633. Don't forget, on October 27th, 28th is the 8th annual 352 shootout right here at Gainesville Raceway. There's going to be plenty of classes. Also, they will have a car show part of the event. So if you're coming and if you got a nice ride, guess what? You can just bring that car right on in, park it up underneath the pavilion and show it off, and head to the stands and watch some great racing action. Also, check out our sister show, On the Spot with David Rogers, as they talk about everything politics and news around the region. Their podcasts are on Tuesday nights at 7 p.m. Eastern Time.
Hey Tornado fans, this is Kurt Miracle of Miracle Automotive and Towing, proud sponsors of Tornado Football. I want to welcome you to beautiful Stark, Florida and David Hurst Stadium, and thank you for letting us be a part of this community. We're here for more than your automotive and towing needs. We're here to be part of Tornado Country. Go Big Red!
60 years of innovation, 60 years of attention to detail, 60 years of rigorous testing under race conditions is what makes ATI Performance Products great. ATI has been helping racers like you reach the finish line first. Today, we manufacture a wide range of high-performance parts that are track-tested and race-proven. We're passionate about performance, and that passion is what drives you to the finish line first. See everything ATI has to offer at ATIRacing.com.
That's right. Time runs are coming right up here shortly. As we're taking a look over the track real quick. Cars have already been called to the staging lanes for Pro. Pro will be your first class out, making their time runs this morning. We want to thank everyone for joining us here at On the Spot Motorsports Media for for today's coverage. Don't forget to go to our Facebook page and follow us as we try to keep everybody updated on the happenings in the NHRA and NASCAR. Just a quick rundown. Your number one pro qualifiers at the Summit Racing Equipment NHRA Nationals in Norwalk, Ohio. Top Fuel went to Leah Pruitt. Funny Car went to Bob Taskus III. Pro Stock, Matt Harford. And Pro Stock Motorcycle, Gage Herrera. Gage Herrera has qualified number one so far in every event. Just unheard of. I hear the cars firing up. I'm going to turn it over to our announcer.
Attention to the pits, Super Pro bikes, Super Pro motorcycles, station to lane 7, Super Pro motorcycles, lane 7. Flying Brian trailer sales, Super Pro, lane 22, please. Flying Brian trailer sales, Super Pro, lanes 1 and 2, come on down. Here we go this morning, and we're going to get things kicked off with Dan Salyers over there on the Lucas Oil side of the track. His 71 Monte Carlo out of Reddick. Going against John Dwayne out of Jacksonville, his 68 Camaro. This is one of their first and only time runs of the day. John Dwayne goes through with a 609 at 112 miles an hour, 852 at 81 there for Salyers. Roland Alford coming up next. He'll run over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track in the S10 pickup up truck out of Glen St. Mary. And he'll be going up against car number 523, the Dodge Charger over there in the Budweiser lane. And you got a pair of red light starts there. And the Charger goes through with a 674, 116 miles an hour to a 735 at 92 for Roland Alford. We got Dawson Bass coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track out of Jacksonville. Chris French over here in the Budweiser lane out of Ocala. Red light start for Chris French. just a couple minutes, is I think we got a bug or something got in one of the beams down there, so we're gonna go and check that out real quick. All right, so once again, I'm looking for Super Pro. Start making your way into lanes 1 and 2. Super Pro, lanes 1 and 2. Pro Eliminator, we're running your class right now, 3 and 4. Super Pro Bikes, need you to lane 7, please. Super Pro Bikes, need you to lane 7. All right, I understand that Mike Eric has made it down to the fuel depot. He said he'd be here about 9. He's right on time. He was down there, I'm sure of it. So if you need any Sunoco race fuel, you can head on down there to the fuel depot and Mike Eric can get you fixed up with any of your fuel needs. Also, I want to remind everybody that once again, all races today are 8th mile. All races are 8th mile. There will be no quarter mile running today. So sportsmen and street bikes, you are going to be on the 8th mile. All right, here we go. We got Paul Allen coming up over here in the Lucas Oil lane. He's out of Middleburg, Florida, in the 72 Maverick. Going up against Mike French out of Ocala in the 65 Chevelle station wagon. And a real nice start there for Paul Allen. 008 reaction time for Mike French. French is going to get to the strike first, 632 at 107 to a 706 at 98 miles an hour for Paul Allen. David Zink coming up next. He's out of Ponte Vedra, Florida in the 73 Plymouth Duster. And he'll run up against D. Lictio here in the Budweiser lane. He's out of St. John's, Florida in his 69 Camaro. All right, once again, looking for Super Pro Motorcycles. Super Pro Motorcycles to lane 7. Super Pro Bikes, lane 7. All right, D. Lictio gets to the strike first, 661, 102 with the Camaro, 708 at 94 for David Zink in the Duster. That'll bring up Bob Hoxton next. He's out of Lake Butler, Florida, a 90-mile Chevy pickup truck. And James Evans out of Jacksonville, his 90 Ford Mustang will run over here in the Budweiser lane. Okay, Oxon's 049, 054 for Evans. Oxon goes through with a 683 at 99 miles an hour, 691 at 97 for James Evans. Going to bring up Bill Waller next. He's out of Raceway, Florida, in the 84 Ford Ranger. And he'll go up against Dan Warren out of Melbourne, Florida, in his 85 S10. All right, real nice start for Waller. Warren was taking his time. Waller goes through with a 657 at 106 to a 645 at 105 for Dan Warren. Mark Neal coming up next. He's out of Middleburg, Florida, in the S10 pickup over there on the Lucas Oil side of the track. And Brett Betterman from Jacksonville. He's over there in Budweiser Lane in his 06 GTO. All right, Super Pro, you can make your way into lanes 1 and 2, please. Super Pro, lanes 1 and 2. Okay, 017 reaction time for Betterman, 020 for Mark. Mark got there first with a 659, 104 miles an hour, 834 and 83 for Betterman. Let's go bring up Ralph Bratton next. He's out of Gainesville in the 72 El Camino. He'll be running up against Clint Wilson over there in the Budweiser lane. He's out of Providence, Florida, in his 68 Nova. All right, 65 reaction time for Brian, 084 for Clint Wilson. Wilson goes 695 at 97 miles an hour, around Bratton 7 flat at 96. Trey Boner coming up next. 87 Chevy Camaro. He's out of Bushnell, Florida. And Lee Hauser out of Ponte Vedra, Florida. His 71 Dodge Dart is going to run over there in the Budweiser lane. Real nice start there for Trey Bunner. 027 reaction time for Hauser. Trey will get there first. 623, 109 miles an hour to a 701 at 95 for Lee Hauser. Andy Lindsay coming up next. He's out of Lynchville, Florida, the 98 Ford Mustang. And he'll run up against Ernie Renfro. Ernie's from over here in Middleburg. 1970 Camaro. He'll run over here in the Budweiser lane. Nice start for Ernie. 048 reaction time for Andy. Ernie gets there first. He goes 665, 103 miles an hour to a 685 at 99 for Andy Lindsay. I'll bring up Bill Green. He'll be over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He's out of Ocala, Florida, in his 68 Camaro. Going against Travis Marchand in his 69 Camaro. I think he's out of Keystone Heights these days. And we got a clean green light start, 023 for Green, 056 for Travis. Bill Green goes 603 at 111 miles an hour, 587 at 115 for Travis Marchand. George Emanuel coming up next. He's out of High Springs, Florida, in his 68 Nova. He'll go up against Richard Lindsay. He's from Gainesville in his 96 Ford Mustang. He'll run over here in the Budweiser lane. Red light start there for Lindsay, 017, reaction time for George. Lindsay gets there first, 6:53 at 105 miles an hour, 7:87 at 89 miles an hour there for George Emanuel. Mike Gaffney coming up next in the 77 AMC Gremlin. He's out of Wildwood. And he'll be going up against the motorcycle over here. It's bike number 241. I think that would be Billy Martin, if I'm not mistaken. Okay, Gaffney's 015 on the tree. He's going to go 724 at 96 miles an hour. Billy Martin over there in the Budweiser lane goes 567 at 124. Chad King coming up next. He'll be over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He's got the 94 Pontiac Firebird from here in Gainesville. And he'll run up against Rob Reynolds. He's out of Melbourne, Florida, driving the Monte Carlo there in the Budweiser lane. All right, 045 reaction time there for Reynolds, 066 for King. Reynolds gets there first, 623 at 110 miles an hour, 792 at 85 for Chad King. Ray Northrup coming up next. He's out of Trenton, Florida, driving the 79 Chevy Camaro. And he went up against Marcus Cruz out of McClenny in his Dodge Challenger. All right, 053 reaction time for Marcus and 353 for Ray. Ray is going to get there first, 685 at 99 miles an hour, 868 at 82 for Marcus Cruz. All right, that's going to bring up Aaron Reynolds next. He's out of Melbourne, Florida. And he'll go up against Leah Tadero over there in the Budweiser lane. She's out of Gainesville in her 74 Chevy van. Okay, double 04 red light for Reynolds and 012 for Tadero. Reynolds goes through the 619 109. Leah goes through the 753 at 91. Jay Dickinson coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track in the Dodge Challenger. And going up against Michael Carpenter over here in the Budweiser lane. He's out of Jacksonville. All right, Dickinson's got a 008 reaction time, 030 for Carpenter. Carpenter gets there first with a 609 at 112 miles an hour, 823 at 84 there for Jay Dickinson. Okay, I believe this is Malibu coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. X232 miles an hour. That's going to bring up Bart Pangillian next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He's out of Belrose, driving the 81 Chevy Camaro. And he'll go up against Austin Logan out of Port Charlotte, Florida, in his Chevy Camaro. Okay, 12 reaction time for Van Gillian, 028 for Logan. Logan will get there first with a 601, 113 miles an hour, 670, 101 here for Bart. Chris Lee's coming up next in the Olds 442 over here in the Budweiser lane. All right, once again, looking for the Flying Brian Trailer Sales Super Pro to lanes 1 and 2. Super Pro to lanes 1 and 2. Any overflow can go to 3 and 4. Super Pro bike, Super Pro motorcycle, you should be in the lanes at this time. Sportsman, need you to lanes 5 and 6, please. Sportsman, lanes 5 and 6. All right, John Up the Grove coming up over there on the Lucas Oil side of the track. And Sandy Rodriguez Jr. over there in Budweiser lane. Looks like Sandy will get there first, 555, 122 miles an hour to a 579 and 127 for John Up the Grove. I'll bring up Dwayne Leachman next. He's out of Wildwood, Florida. He'll run up against Jeremy Davis over there in the Budweiser lane. He's out of Palm Coast, Florida. Once again, looking for the Rollins Automotive, Flying Brian Trailer Sales Super Pro. Need you to lanes 1 and 2, Super Pro lanes 1 and 2. I need the Allen Speed Machine Sportsman class to lanes 5 and 6. Allen Speed Machine Sportsman, need you to lanes 5 and 6. All right, Dwayne Leachman goes through the 561, 122 miles an hour to an 857 at 82 miles an hour for Jeremy Davis. And looks like one last rider here is going to be Scott DeLong out of Citra. And Scott goes through an 819 at 83. All right, so that wraps up that first test session and only test session for the Super Pro bikes. Street bikes, you can make your way into lane 7. Street bikes. Once again, looking for Super Pro in lanes 1 and 2, Super Pro lanes 1 and 2, and Sportsman lanes 5 and 6. All right, so here we go with our Flying Brian Trailer Sales Super Pro. And we got James Brewer coming up over here in the Lucas Oil lane. He's out of Ocala in the 69 Mustang. And Troy Walker, also out of Ocala in his 2000 S10. Okay, we got green light start both lanes here. Walker was 34 to a 120 for Brewer. Brewer goes through a 679, 102 miles an hour to a 695 at 98 miles an hour for Troy Walker. Charles Racer coming up next. He's out of Callahan, Florida. He'll be driving right in the dragster over here in the Lucas Oil lane. And he'll run up against Joe Pinkston. He's out of Williston, Florida, in the 78 Malibu. Red light start there by Pinkston. 013 reaction time for Racer. Racer goes through with a 560 at 123 miles an hour as Pinkston goes 708 at 99. All right, Mark Horton coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He's out of Callahan, Florida. And he'll run up against Haley Wright. She's out of Middleburg. She'll be in the dragster over here in the Lucas Oil lane, the Budweiser lane, excuse me. All right, once again, looking for Sportsman, the lanes 5 and 6. Sportsman, lanes 5 and 6. Street Bikes. You can make your way into lane 7. Street Bikes, lane 7. Okay, Horton's 007. He's going to get through with a 496 at 139 miles an hour. Haley having some problems with the brake there on the vehicle. I think it rolled through the beams. So she's just going to slide down through there, taking a nice leisurely hit. Now, bring up your next pairs. We're going to have David Harris over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He's out of McClenny, Florida. He'll be in that dragster you see there in the Lucas Oil lane. And he'll go against A.J. Kelly. He's out of Jacksonville, a 1970 Volkswagen. He's got a small block Chevrolet stuff in there. Pretty cool looking ride. Okay, so there Harris goes through the 483 at 141 miles an hour. A.J. Kelly goes 676, 108. That's going to bring up Sherby Powell. He's out of Green Cove Springs. He'll be over there on the Lucas Oil side of the track with the 1970 Chevy Camaro. And he'll run up against D. Lichty over here in the Budweiser lane, his 69 Camaro. Okay, 003 red light started in for Sherby. 068 reaction time for D. Sherby goes through with a 667 at 102 miles an hour. 667 at 102 also for D. Lichty. So Sherby goes 667 with a 3. D goes 667 with a 4. Dan Dobson coming up next. He'll run over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. His 1980 Chevy Monza out of Gainesville. And he'll run up against Courtney Alford over there in the Budweiser lane in his S10 pickup. .017 reaction time for Dobson, 026 for Corky. Dobson goes through with a 662, 105 miles an hour, 735 and 92 for Corky. Andrew Kaiser coming up next. He's out of Green Cove Springs. He'll run over here on the Lucas Oil side of the Raceway. And Barry Jones out of Orange Park, his 67 Camaro is going to run over here in the Budweiser lane. All right, once again, looking for street bikes. Street bikes, lane 7. Street bikes need you to lane 7. Need the Allen Speed Machine Sportsman to lanes 5 and 6. Sportsman, lanes 5 and 6. Oh, 51 reaction time for Kaiser, 094 for Barry Jones. Kaiser goes 524 to 131 miles an hour. Barry Jones goes 567 at 122. Robbie Little coming up next. He's out of Yulee, Florida. He'll be in the dragster over here in the Lucas Oil Lane. And going against Ron Schaefer out of St. Augustine, 87 Ford Mustang. Ron, one of the big winners here last night. That was 006 reaction time for Little, 011 for Schaefer. Little goes 518, 133. Schaefer goes 630 at 107. Mark Daniels coming up next. He's out of Jacksonville. He'll be over here in the Lucas Oil Lane. And David Hicks out of St. Augustine is going to be running over here in the Budweiser Lane. All right, 047 reaction time for Daniels, 017 for Hicks. Hicks goes 499, 136 to a 503 at 137 for Mark Daniels. Barry Rowell coming up next. He's out of Nahona, Georgia in the 74 Vega. And he'll be going up against Brian Jones over there in the Budweiser Lane. He's out of Orange Park. All right, let's go bring up Derek Brewster next. He's out of Blackshear, Georgia. He'll run over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. And he'll run up against John Dwayne out of Jacksonville in the 68 Camaro. He'll be over here in the Budweiser Lane. Okay, so Brewster just doing a 545, 125 miles an hour, 611 at 117 for John Dwayne. Tierra Carter coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. She's out of Blackshear, Georgia. And going up against the dragster over here in the left lane. And the Budweiser lane don't have the information on this car just yet. Okay, Luke Galloway over there on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He's over 12 on the tree. It is 6:59.104. Amber Matz over there in the 65 Chevelle. She goes through an 8:06 at 85. Mike Boss coming up next over here in the Lucas Oil lane. He's out of Jacksonville in the 63 Corvette. And going up against Glenn Newman's over here in the Budweiser lane. He's out of Alachua in his 86 S10. 73 reaction time for Mikey Boss. Glenn Newman's goes 008 red. Mike Boss goes through with a 578 at 109 to a 646 at 104 for Glenn Newman's. That's going to bring up Victor Adams next. He's over here in the Lucas Oil lane. He's out of Gainesville in the 89 Pontiac Firebird. He'll be running up against Buddy Goolsby over here in the Budweiser lane. Goolsby out of Gainesville driving the 91 S10. All right, once again, looking for Sportsman, the lanes 5 and 6. Sportsman, lanes 5 and 6. Need Street Bikes, the lane 7. Street Bikes, need you to lane 7, please. All right, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Sportsman, you should be in lanes 5 and 6. Sportsman, you should be in lanes 5 and 6. Street bikes, you should be in lane 7 at this time. Street motorcycles, you should be in lane 7 at this time. First call going out for junior dragsters. Junior dragsters, 6 to 9-year-olds in lane 8. 6 to 9-year-olds, lane 8. Junior dragsters, 10 to 12, I need you to lane 2. Junior dragsters, 10 to 12, lane 2. Junior dragsters, 13 and older, lane 1. Junior dragsters, 13 and older, lane number 1. Sportsman, need you in lanes 5 and 6. Sportsman, lanes 5 and 6. And street bikes, lane 7. Street bikes, lane 7. All right, here we go. We got Jim Barbera over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He's out of Trenton, Florida in this 66 Nova. And here we run up against Jason Graham out of Jacksonville, his 65 Chevy 2 over there in the Budweiser lane. And big wheels up start there for Jason Graham. He's 007 on the tree. He's going to get there first 570 at 118 miles an hour. As Jim Barbera goes 659 at 102 miles an hour in his Nova. That's going to bring up Trey Bunner next. He's out of Bushnell, Florida. He'll be driving the dragster over there in the Lucas Oil lane. Going up against John Hamill out of Orange Park, Florida. He'll be running this dragster over here in the Budweiser lane. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'll be on hold here for just a moment as the computer needs to be kicked around just a little bit so it'll start working like it's supposed to. So we're going to give it a quick reboot and should be back underway here in the next couple of minutes. All right, so here we go. We got Trey Bunner from Bushnell over there on the Lucas Oil side of the track. John Hamill out of Orange Park is going to be over here in the Budweiser lane. Okay, number 14 reaction time for Hamill, 17 for Bunner. Hamill goes through with a 5:26 at 132 miles an hour, while Trey Bunner goes 4:84 at 141. So bring up Bill Highhouse next. He's out of Middleburg. He'll run over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. And James Kelly Hicks out of Elkton is going to be over here in the Budweiser lane. Red line start there for Highhouse, 0-10 reaction time for Hicks. Hicks goes 4:51, 153 miles an hour to a 4:78 and 144 for Highhouse. Mike Bonacci coming up next. He's out of Ocala. He'll run over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. And Kevin Roberts out of Hawthorne, Florida in his 69 Camaro. All right, once again, looking for my junior dragsters. Junior dragsters to the lanes, please. Junior dragsters, 6 to 9-year-olds, need you to lane number 8. Junior dragsters, 6 to 9-year-olds, lane 8. Junior dragsters, 10 to 12, need you to lane 2. Junior dragsters, 10 to 12, lane 2. Junior dragsters, 13 and older, lane 1. Junior dragsters, 13 and older, lane 1. All right, Mike Bonacci goes through the 5:20 at 131 miles an hour, as Kevin Roberts goes 7:60 at 93. All right, Alan, Speed Machine, Sportsman, y'all should be in lanes 5 and 6. Sportsman, you should be in lanes 5 and 6. Street Bikes, you should be in lane 7. Street Bikes, you should be in lane 7. All right, James Bunner coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He'll be running up against Bobby Trimnell. He's out of Fort White, his 33 Ford. Okay, red light start there for Bunner. Bunner goes through with a 5:73 at 119 miles an hour, 5:33 at 129 for Bobby Trudell. Todd Ostick coming up next. He's out of Tampa, Florida, and dragster over there on the Lucas Oil side of the track. Going up against Richard Lindsay. in the 96 Mustang over here in the Budweiser lane. All right, red line start there for Richard Lindsay. A perfect reaction time for Todd Austin as he goes 485 at 141 miles an hour. 651, 105 there for Richard Lindsay. All right, understand. Okay, Michelle just came up and tells me there's some free ice cream down on the first floor of the tower. So once the kids have had their breakfast, we got ice cream on the first floor of the tower. All right, Tony Morris coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track out of Winter Garden, Florida. He'll run up against Craig Spell over there in the Budweiser lane. He's out of Jacksonville. All right, so Tony Morris goes through the 474 at 146 miles an hour to a 646 at 106 for Craig Spell. Mike Gilder coming up next out of Fernandina Beach, 89 S10. He'll be running over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. And he'll run against Aaron Reynolds over there in the Budweiser lane. Okay, so Aaron Reynolds goes through the 617 at 109 miles an hour, 640 at 105 there for Mike Gilder. Andy Lindsay coming up next. All right, Ken Grant coming up over here in the Budweiser lane. All right, so it looks like I'm going to be on hold here for just a couple moments. Looks like we got a little bit of condensation to clean off the track there, so to speak. Somebody did a little leakage as they went down through there, but it does appear to just be some water, so it won't take just a few minutes to get this mopped up. All right, once again, Sherry came in a few minutes ago and told me there was going to be some free ice cream down on the first floor of the tower. So, ladies and gentlemen, after the kids had breakfast, we'll send them up some free ice cream. Come down and see Sherry on the first floor of the tower. Okay, so it looks like a little bit more than water out there, so we're gonna be on hold here for just a little bit longer. So, hang tight. We'll get you back on the way as quick as we can. All right, ladies and gentlemen, it looks like we got a little bit of oil out there on the raceway. Going to get that cleaned up here as quick as we can. So, drivers, you want to get out of your cars, get your fire equipment off and stuff for a few minutes while we get this cleaned up, do so. And we'll be back underway here in just a few minutes.
going to step away here for a moment and thank our sponsors that make everything happen for us here at On the Spot Motorsports Media.
Hey, Tornado fans, this is Kurt Miracle of Miracle Automotive and Towing, proud sponsors of Tornado Football. I want to welcome you to beautiful Stark, Florida and David Hurst Stadium, and thank you for letting us be a part of this community. We're here for more than your automotive and towing needs. We're here to be part of Tornado Country. Go Big Red!
"60 years of innovation, 60 years of attention to detail, 60 years of rigorous testing under race conditions is what makes ATI Performance Products great." ATI has been helping racers like you reach the finish line first. Today, we manufacture a wide range of high-performance parts that are track-tested and race-proven. We're passionate about performance, and that passion is what drives you to the finish line first. See everything ATI has to offer at ATIRacing.com.
All right, drivers, we're going to get back underway, so let's get loaded up, please. Drivers, get back in charge, get loaded up. All right, so here we go. We get back underway, and we're going to have Andy Lindsay over there on the loose soil side of the track. Ford Mustang out of Alachua. And Ken Grant is going to be over there in the Budweiser lane. It's 73 Nova. He's in Ty, Georgia. All right, 021 reaction time for Grant, 022 for Lindsay. Grant goes through the 618, 120 miles an hour, 680 at 99 for Andy Lindsay. Michael Carpenter coming up next over there on the Lucas Oil side of the track, the Vegas station wagon out of St. Pete. He'll be going up against Mike Bennett from Green Cove Springs in his 95 S10 over here in the Budweiser lane. That real nice start there by Carpenter. 018's reaction time for Medic. Carpenter's going to get to the stripe first, 607 at 112 miles an hour, 706 at 96 miles an hour for Medic. Will Highhouse coming up next. He's out of Middleburg, Florida. He'll run over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track, driving the Chevy Malibu. And he'll run up against Mark Horton, I believe it's going to be, over there in the Budweiser lane. reaction time for High House, 031 for Horton. Horton is 494, 139 miles an hour, 743 at 91 for High House. Austin Logan coming up next. He's out of Port Charlotte, Florida, in the Chevy Camaro. Big wheels up start for Logan. 599, 113 miles an hour. He's going to bring up Mike Gaffney next. 77 AMC Gremlin out of Wildwood. Reaction time there for Gaffney. And he goes 725 at 96 miles an hour. And that'll bring up Travis Logan. And Logan goes through the 606 at 111 miles an hour. And looks like that'll wrap up that time session there in Super Pros. We're getting ready to go to our only time session here in the street bikes. Sportsman, you're on deck. Sportsman, you're on deck. Junior dragsters, you should be in the lanes at this time. Junior dragsters, you should be in the lanes at this time. 6 to 9-year-olds should be in lane 8. 10 to 12-year-olds in lane 2. 13 and older in lane 1. Junior dragsters, you should be in the lanes at this time. All right, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Rollins Automotive Pro Eliminator, lanes 3 and 4 for round number 1. Rollins Automotive Pro Eliminator, start making your way into lanes 3 and 4 for round number 1. Okay, Billy Martin over there on the Lucas Oil side of the track, and Tom Boats over there in Budweiser lane. Martin goes 566, 124 to a 705 at 102. There for Boats. Dwayne Schmidt Sr. coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He's out of Spar, Florida. Okay, Schmidt goes through the 546 at 135 miles an hour. Tony Schmitz Jr. over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He's out of Citra. And Scott DeLong, also out of Citra, is going to run over here in the Budweiser lane. 012 reaction time for Schmidt. 1:16 reaction time for Scott DeLeon. Schmidt goes through with 8:42 at 80 miles an hour as DeLong goes through with an 8:10 at 83. That'll bring up Jeremy Davis. He's out of Palm Coast, Florida. All right, Davis goes through with an 8:32 at 83. And that'll bring up bike number 197. Okay, 682 at 101 miles an hour. All right, that wraps up the first and only time session in the street bike category. As now we're going over here to the Allen Speed Machine Sportsman for your one and only time runs of the day. Dan Salyers coming up over there on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He's out of Reddick, Florida, in the 71 Monte Carlo. And Jeff Barrier from Gainesville in his 2021 Dodge Charger. We'll be over here in the Budweiser lane. Oh, 11 reaction time for Salyers, 0:21 for Barrier. Barrier gets there first with a 780 at 91 miles an hour as Salyers goes through with an 851 at 81. All right, got a Nissan coming up over here in the Lucas Oil lane. This is car number 181. And they'll be running up against Amber Matz over there in the Budweiser lane and the Chevy Camaro out of Gainesville. Okay, Amber Matz goes through with a 748 at 90 miles an hour as the Nissan goes through with a 1141 at 64. All right, that's going to bring up Candace Lingerfeld over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track, and Brett Benjamin will run over here in the Budweiser lane in his 06 GTO. Benjamin's 014 on the red side of the green side of the Christmas tree. He goes through with an 829 at 83 miles an hour, 1043, 67 miles an hour there for Candace. Dawson Bass coming up next. He'll run over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. And he'll run up against Mitchell Gutter. Stark over there in Budweiser lane. All right, Monica Roberts coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track in the Chevy Camaro. She'll be going up against the Dodge Charger over here in the Budweiser lane. This is car number 523. That red light started there by Monica. Okay, the Charger gets there with a 737 at 90 miles an hour, 806 at 84 for Monica Roberts. Jay Dickinson coming up next. He's over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track out of St. George, Georgia, driving the Dodge Challenger, and he'll go up against Marcus Cruz. Marcus is out of McClenny, Florida, also driving the Dodge Challenger. Okay, Marcus goes through with an 867 at 81 miles an hour as Jay goes through with an 887 at 82. Okay, that's going to bring up car number 117. The Chevy Camaro looks like over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track, going up against Chad King in his 94 Pontiac Firebird there in the Budweiser lane. .027 reaction time for King, 1:00 the reaction time for the Camaro. Lucas Oil lane gets there first 7-11 at 97 miles an hour to a 793 at 88 for Chad King. Bob Hoxton coming up next. He's out of Lake Butler, Florida, in his 90 model Chevy pickup. He'll run up against Dennis Harsh. He's out of Gainesville with the Blazer over there in the Budweiser lane. All right, Hoxton gets there first, 697 at 91 to an 810 at 85. Bart Pangilian coming up next. He's out of Melrose driving the 94 Corvette. He'll run up against Clint Wilson from Providence, Florida in his 68 Nova. We're over here in the Budweiser lane. All right, once again, I'm looking for the Rollins Automotive Pro Eliminator, lanes 3 and 4. Rollins Automotive Pro Eliminator leads you to lanes 3 and 4 for round number 1. Super Pro Motorcycles, you can make your way to lane 7 for round 1. Super Pro Bikes, lane 7 for round 1. All right, Barnes 020 on the tree with an 083 for Wilson. Wilson gets there first, 693 at 97 miles an hour as Barton goes 809 at 85. All right, here we go with the junior dragsters. This is our 6 to 9-year-old category, and you're going to have Blake Jones over there on the Lucas Oil side. He's out of Orange Park, and he'll go up against Ryder Horst. He's out of Inverness, Florida. He'll run over here in the Budweiser lane. Okay, so both Blake and Ryder are a little bit anxious this morning. Get going. Left a little bit too early. Blake goes through at 11:93 at 54 miles an hour, as Ryder goes through at 11:92 at 54. Kylie Mockney coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. She's out of Venice, Florida, and she'll run up against Riley Holdaway out of Inverness. Okay, so Kylie's off 0:42's overreaction time. Holdaway with a 0:53. Mockney gets there first, 11:95 at 53 miles an hour, as Holdaway goes through the 13:05 at 47. All right, Colson Haig coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He's out of Graham, Florida. Going up against Sierra Haig. She's got Keystone Heights. She'll run over here in the Budweiser lane. Okay, red light start there for Colson. Sierra's 0:75. Colson goes through with an 8:92 at 73. Sierra goes 9 flat at 71. It's going to bring up Hunter Dowling next. He'll be over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He's from Gainesville. And he'll be running up against Wyatt James Hicks out of Elkton, Florida. Red light start there for Hunter Dowling. Hicks with a 0:98 reaction time. Dowling goes through an 8:86 at 72 miles an hour, 9:26 at 69 there for Wyatt Hicks. Aaron Kennedy coming up next. He's out of Middleburg, Florida. He'll run over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track and go up against Brooklyn Collins out of Keystone Heights. So Kennedy goes through with an 8:93 at 72 miles an hour, 9:40 at 73 is the Time there for Brooklyn Collins. All right, Caden Holdaway coming over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track down in Inverness, Florida, and Xander Cook out of Orange Park will run over here in the Budweiser lane. All right, Cook's away with an 017 reaction time. Holdaway with a 152. And Cook goes through with an 884 at 73 miles an hour, 890 at 72 there for Holdaway. I'll bring up Lincoln McMaster next. He's out of Leon Springs. He'll run over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track, going up against Ryan Cook out of Orange Park. He'll be over there in the Budweiser lane. All right, Tanner Murphy goes through with an 893 at 73 miles an hour as Carson Murphy goes through with an 894 at 71. Dealer Seth coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. She's out of Valdosta, Georgia. She'll be going up against Savannah Highhouse over there in the Budweiser lane. She's out of Middleburg. Okay, so that looks like that's going to wrap up all the time runs for the day. Wow, almost 2 hours. All right, so we're going to get the track prepped and ready to go for round number 1. Got the call already out for the Rollins Automotive Pro Eliminator category to come to the lanes. And since Bill Green's up here, I assume everybody's in the lanes. All right, so anyhow, we're going to be down for just a few minutes while we get things ready. Once again, I need the Super Pro motorcycles to make your way into lane 7. Pro Eliminator needs you back to lanes 3 and 4, but then the overflow going to lanes 5 and 6 and start making your way into the lanes. So as soon as they're done with the track prep, we can get back underway. I want to remind everybody we do have the Nitro Grill open up behind the main grandstand area. So if you're looking for something to drink or eat, head on back to the Nitro Grill. They will get you fixed up. We got Mike Urick down there, man, in the Sunoco fuel. I'll get it out. Yeah, it just takes a minute sometimes. But he'll go down there, he'll get you fixed up with any of your fuel needs. Just tell him Phil Green sent you. Also, want to remind everybody, we do have a 15-mile-an-hour speed limit in the pit area, so please do not exceed the speed limit anywhere but the racetrack itself. And also, we got to make sure that any equipment being operated in the pit is done by somebody who's 16 years of age or older with a valid driver's license. So we cannot let the kids out there riding around on the golf carts, the scooters, the skateboards, the bicycles, and whatnot. Mom and Dad, keep your hands on them. All right. And with that, we'll get our pre-race festivities underway. So we're going to get things kicked off with Mr. Green giving us our invocation here today. So I'm going to ask everybody would please rise, remove your hats. And Mr. Phil Green is going to lead us in our invocation for the day. Mr. Green?
Thank you, Rick. Would everybody please bow with me? Heavenly Father, Lord, we thank you for this day. Day number 2 of this weekend's race, Lord. Lord, again, it's hot. This crew is tired. Lord, I lift them up to you and ask that you give them energy and focus that they need to get this event behind us. Lord, I thank you for the opportunity to be here, though. Lord, I pray you'll keep us all safe as we do this. Keep us hydrated, Lord, like I said, it is hot out there. Lord, be with those who cannot be with us today for whatever reason, Lord. Bless them in their travels or whatever the case may be. Lord, I thank you, Lord, for the men and women of our country that are fighting for our rights to be able to do this freely and come to you freely, Lord, in public. Thank you, Lord, for Jesus Christ dying for us on the cross. For us in his name we pray. Amen.
Thank you, Brother Green. And now our national anthem. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, as soon as we get done with the prep on the Raceway, we're going to be going to racing action. So once again, I should have my Rollins Automotive Pro Eliminator card. Y'all should be in staging lanes 3 and 4, with any overflow to lanes 5 and 6. Super Pro Motorcycles, y'all should be in lane 7. Super Pro Motorcycles. Need you to lane 7, please. Let's start making your way into the lanes. Pro Eliminator and Super Pro bikes to the lanes.
60 years of innovation, 60 years of attention to detail, 60 years of rigorous testing under race conditions is what makes ATI Performance Products great. ATI has been helping racers like you reach the finish line first. Today, we manufacture a wide range of high-performance parts that are track-tested and race-proven. We're passionate about performance, and that passion is what drives you to the finish line first. See everything ATI has to offer at ATIRacing.com.
Hey Tornado fans, this is Kurt Miracle of Miracle Automotive and Towing, proud sponsors of Tornado Football. I want to welcome you to beautiful Stark, Florida at David Hurst Stadium, and thank you for letting us be a part of this community. We're here for more than your automotive and towing needs. We're here to be part of Tornado Country. Go Big Red!
be over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 734 is going to be the dial in for the S10 pickup truck out of Glen St. Mary. And here up against John Dwayne over here in the Budweiser lane. 611 the dial in for the 68 Camaro out of Jacksonville. All right, we got a clean green light starting both lanes. One of them real late though. And John Dwayne's going to get the win light here as he goes through with a 620 on that 611. He was 008 on the tree. Alford goes out with a 737 on his 734. Mike Gilbert coming up next, 640 the dial in for the Bernardino Beach-based 89 S10 pickup truck. Here right up against Chris French over here in the Budweiser lane, 625 the dial in for the 68 Chevelle out of Ocala. Okay, and looks like Gilbert's going to get there first, 641, 104 miles an hour to a 629 at 103 there for Chris French. Ray Northrup coming up next. 686 is the dial in for the 79 Chevy Camaro out of Trenton. And here up against Lee Zaremba over there in the Budweiser lane. And Lee's going to get the win light here. The red light start by Northrup. Lee goes through the 642 and 105 on his 644 dial in. Kevin Roberts coming up next. 1969 Chevy Camaro out of Hawthorne's going to run over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. And he went up against Dean Lichty over there in the Budweiser lane. 665 the dial in for the 69 Camaro out of St. John's, Florida. All right, 048's reaction time for Kevin. 054 there from D. Red light's going to come off for Kevin Roberts. 762 on a 762 dial in. Good run there for him as D. Lichty broke out with a 661 on his 665. Bill Waller coming up next. 657 the dial in for the 84 Ford Ranger out of Briceville. Coming up against Leah Tadero. She's out of Gainesville in her 74 Chevy Van. She's got a 752 dialed in. Okay, red light's going to come on over there for Bill Waller as he goes 658 and 105 on that 657 dial in. As Leah goes out with her 753 on a 52. It was only 13/10,000ths of a second was the difference at the stripe because they were 3/10 separated at the starting line. Waller it was a good race. George Emanuel coming up next. He's over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 786 going to be the dial in for the 68 Nova out of High Springs. And a red light start by Lee Hauser is going to give the automatic win here to George Emanuel. Hauser goes 699 on that 7 flat. George Emanuel 792 on an 86 dial in. George moving on into round number 2. All right, Ralph Bratton coming up next. 701 the dial in for the 72 El Camino out of Gainesville. Run up against Ernie Renfro over there on the Lucas Oil side of the train. The Budweiser lane, 667 is the dial in for the 67 Camaro. And we got a clean green light start, 16 thou separating the two at the starting line. Here we go to the stripe, and the win light's coming on for Ernie Renfro as he goes 667 on his 667 dial in. Ralph Bratton breaks out by 8 thousandths. Salyers over there on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 851's the dial in going against Brett Benjamin over here in Budweiser lane. Benjamin with an 829 dial in. Wind line's going to come on down there for Dan Salyers. 854 on that 851 dial in is going to get him the wind light here. As Benjamin's car slowed to an 835 on its 829 dial in. Benjamin actually had better reaction times. He was 032 to Salyers 043. All right, next pair rolling out, we're going to have Paul Allen over there on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 708's the dial in for the 72 Maverick. He's out of Middleburg. He'll run up against Travis Marchand over here in the Budweiser lane. 587 the dial in for the 69 Camaro out of Keystone Heights. Okay, so here we go. Paul Allen, Travis Marchand. All right, we got a clean green light starting both lanes. Here we go. The stripe here, wind light's going to come on down there for Paul Allen, 712 on a 708 dial in. He'll get the wind light there. Travis goes through with a 589, it's 587. Paul had better reaction times. He was 032 to an 070 for Marchand. Mark Nell coming up next. 660 is going to be the dial in for the S10 base out of Middleburg. He'll run up against Austin Logan out of Port Charlotte, Florida. 606 the dial in for the Chevy Camaro. Red light start there by Martell. It's going to give Austin Logan the automatic wind light. He'll move straight into round two. Logan goes through the 601 on that 606 dial in. Mark goes 661 on his 660. Okay, that's going to bring up Bob Hoxton next. 683 is going to be the dial in for the 90 Chevy pickup truck out of Lake Butler. Going to run up against Michael Carpenter down the Chevy Vega station wagon over there in the Budweiser lane. He's got a 614 dialed in. All right, got a clean green light starting both lanes. Red light's going to come on over there for Mike Carpenter, 622 on his 614 dial in. Moxley goes dead on 4. Unfortunately, he was way behind on the Christmas tree and could not make it up to get there first. So Carpenter moving on into round number 2. David Zink coming up next. 708 is going to be the dial in for the 73 Duster. He's out of Ponte Vedra, Florida. Going up against Aaron Reynolds over here in the Budweiser lane from Melbourne. 627 is his dial in. Okay, got a nice clean green light start. 18 now, separating the two at the starting line. Here we go to the stripe. It's going to be Aaron Reynolds getting the win light here as he goes dead on 4 with an 013 reaction time. Puts the 17 now back together. Zink was 031, goes 709 on his 708 dial in. Bill Green coming up next. 604 is going to be the dial in for the 68 Camaro out of Ocala. He'll go against Travis Logan over there in the Budweiser lane. 614 the dial in for the Camaro out of Port Charlotte. Okay, we got a clean green line start. 9 tiles separate the two of the starting line and the stripe. It's going to be Logan getting the win line here. Dead on 7. Green breaks out with a 602 on his 604 dial in. Jay Dickinson coming up next. 823 is going to be the dial in for the Dodge Challenger. He'll go up against Chris Lease over there in the Budweiser lane. He's driving the Oldsmobile, the 442 Olds over there in the Budweiser lane. All right, attention in the pits, I need the Flying Brian Trailer Sales Super Pro, lanes 1 and 2. Flying Brian Trailer Sales Super Pro, lanes 1 and 2, please. I need Super Pro Motorcycles to lane 7. Super Pro Motorcycles, lane 7. Sportsman, you can make your way to lanes 5 and 6. Sportsman, lanes 5 and 6. Red light start there for Trey Bunner is going to give Mike Gaffney the automatic win light. Gaffney goes 722 on his 25. Trey goes dead on 2, but he's 014 red. All right, once again, looking for the Flying Brian Trailer Sales Super Pro, lanes 1 and 2. Flying Brian Trailer Sales Super Pro, lanes 1 and 2. Allen Speed Machine, Sportsman, lanes 5 and 6. Sportsman, lanes 5 and 6. Super Pro Bikes, need you to lane 7. Super Pro Motorcycle, lane 7. All right, here we go. So we got Chad King coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 792 is the dial in for the Pontiac Firebird out of Gainesville. He'll go up against James Evans from Jacksonville in his 90 model Ford Mustang. And here we go to the stripe. Your winner is going to be Chad King, 801 on that 792 dial in. As Evans goes 693 on his 690 dial in. Car number 523 coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track, the Dodge Charger, going up against Dan Warren. He's out of Melbourne, Florida. 648 is going to be his dial in. on over there in the Lucas Oil Lane for car 523, goes 685 on a 660 dial-in. And Dan Warren breaks out with a 647 on his 648. What's that? Okay. It's going to bring up Dawson Bass next. He's out of Jacksonville, Florida, the 95 Ford Mustang. We're up against Clint Wilson over here in the Budweiser lane. 694 is his dial-in for his 68 Nova. And we got a clean green light start in both lanes. And the stripe, your win light's coming out down there for Clint Wilson. He goes 696 on a 694 dial-in. Dawson Brass breaks out by 1/1000th of a second. Andy Lindsay coming up next. 680 is going to be the dial-in for the Ford Mustang out of Alachua. He'll go up against Richard Lindsay. 651 is his dial-in. He's out of Gainesville driving the 96 Mustang. All right, so it's a couple of cousins going at it here. Okay, so you got a 31,000 difference at the starting line. And Andy Lindsay is going to get the win light here, 681 on his 680 dial-in, as Richard goes out with a 653 on his 651. Bart Van Gillian coming up next, 671 is the dial-in for the 81 Chevy Camaro. He's out of Melrose. And he'll run up against Tim Pafford. Pafford's got a 727 dial-in on his 88 S10. Okay, well, right here is going to come on for Bart Van Gillian as he goes 671 with a 4 on a 671. He was 039 on the tree. Pafford goes 730 on his 27. He was 055. All right, William Highhouse coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track, driving the Chevy Malibu. He's out of Middleburg. He'll be going up against Billy Barton over there in the Budweiser lane. He's out of Keystone Heights, and he'll be got a 566 dialed in. Okay, we got green light starts in both lanes, 24,000 difference at the starting line, and it's going to be Highhouse getting the win line here, 748 on his 744 dial-in, as Billy Barton goes through with a 568 on his 566 dial-in. Darren Stunt's coming up next, 669 the dial-in for the 93 Camaro out of Green Coast Springs. He'll be right up against Marcus Cruz over there in the Budweiser lane. Cruz with an 873 dial-in on his Dodge Challenger out of McClenny, Florida. All right, once again, looking for Flying Brian Trailer Sales Super Pro lanes 1 and 2. Super Pro lanes 1 and 2, overflow go to 3 and 4. And each Sportsman lanes 5 and 6. Allen Speed Machine Sportsman, each lanes 5 and 6. And Street Bikes. Need you to the lanes, please. Street Bikes. Okay, here we go. As we got Rob Reynolds coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 629 is going to be the dial-in for the Melbourne-based Monte Carlo. He'll be running up against Mike French. He's out of Ocala, 633 to dial in for the 65 Chevelle station wagon. Red line start there for Mike French. He's going to give the automatic win here to Rob Reynolds. Rob goes 629 with a 3 on his 629 dial in. That looks like that's going to wrap up round number 1 of Pro Eliminator as we're getting ready to go into round 1 of the Super Pro motorcycles. Okay, that wrapped up round 1 of the Super Pro motorcycles. Now we're getting ready for round 1 of the Flying Brian Trailer Sales Super Pro. All right, here we go. We got Dan Dobson coming up over here in the Lucas Oil Lane. 662 is going to be the dial in for the 1980 Chevy Monza based out of Gainesville. Coming up against Troy Bulger. He's from Ocala in the 2000 S10. All right, 15th panel, separate the two at the starting line. go to the stripe. It's going to be Dan Dobson getting the win line here, 663 on his 662 dial in, picks up the win. As Volker breaks out with a 692 on his 694 dial in. Charles Racer coming up next. 559 is going to be the dial in for the Callahan-based dragster. Here we run up against Ron Schaefer over there in the Budweiser lane. 630 the dial in for the 87 Ford Mustang out of St. Augustine. Okay, 9 miles separate the two in the starting line. Here we go to the stripe, and the one night's coming on for Schaefer as he goes 631 on the 630 dial in as Racer breaks out with a 550 on that 559 dial in. Mark Orton coming up next. 497 is going to be his dial in. He'll run over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He's from Callahan, Florida. He'll run up against David Hicks over there in the Budweiser lane. 5 flat to dial in, and he is out of St. Augustine, Florida. Okay, it looks like I've got 11 miles separated to the starting line at the stripe. The win line's coming on down there for Mark Lord. 498 on 497 as Hicks breaks out by 2 thousandths. Sherby Powell coming up next, 666 the dial in for the 70 Camaro. He's out of Green Cove Springs. And here up against Glenn Newman's over there in the Budweiser lane. Glenn with a 645 dial in on his 86 S10. Okay, 1,000 separate the two at the starting line. And it's going to be Glenn Newman's getting the win line here as he goes 646 on that 645 dial in. Sherby breaks out by 4 thousandths. James Brewer coming up next. He's out of Ocala driving the 69 Ford Mustang. He's got a 644 dial in. Going up against Buddy Goolsby. Goolsby over here in the Budweiser lane's got a 661 dial in on his 91 S10. And red light start there for Brewer is going to give Goolsby the automatic win light. And Goolsby goes through the 663 on his 661 dial in. All right, that'll bring up Derek Brewster next. He's out of Blackshear, Georgia. He's got a 545 dial in on his dragster. Going up against Barry Jones over here in the Lucas or in the Budweiser lane. He's out of Orange Park, Florida, driving the 67 Camaro. We got a clean green light start both lanes. 24,000 separated the two at the starting line. And it's going to be Derek Brewster getting the win line here as he goes dead on 9 with a 012 reaction time. And Barry Jones broke out with a 567 on his 568 dial in. Tierra Carter coming up next. 523 is going to be the dial in for the dragster out of Blackshear, Georgia. Showing up against A.J. Kelly out of Jacksonville, his 1970 Volkswagen with a 676 dial in. Okay, we got a clean start in both lanes. Here we go to the stripe. It's going to be A.J. Kelly getting the win right here. He's 005 on the reaction time. Goes dead on with a 3. He puts an 8-pound pack together. And Tierra Carter breaks out with a 520 on her 523 dial in. David Harris coming up next. 482 is going to be the dial in for the dragster out of McClenny. And he'll be running up against Brian Jones. He's out of Orange Park, Florida. 465 is going to be the dial in for Brian. Red line start by Brian Jones, going to give the automatic win here to David Harris. Harris is 016 on the tree, goes dead on 2. He puts an 18-pound pack together. Good run there for David Harris. Victor Adams coming up next. 665 is the dial in for the 1998 Pontiac Firebird. And here we're up against John Hamill out of Orange Park, Florida. 527 is his dial in. Okay, we got a clean green light start, and it's going to be John Hamill getting the win right here, 596 on the 27 dial in. He received a gift there, ladies and gentlemen, as Victor Adams breaks out with a 655 on his 65 dial in. Victor was 003 on the tree. Hamill was just dead late, but sometimes it pays to be lucky. Michael Boss coming up next. 578 is going to be the dial in for the 63 Corvette. And he'll go up against Haley Wright. She's out of Middleburg, and it's got a 524 dial in. Red line start there for Michael Boss. He's going to give Haley Wright the automatic win. Haley goes through the 519 on that 524 dial in, as Mike goes through the 579 on his 578 dial in. Tom Heath coming up next, 636 the dial in for the Mustang out of St. Augustine. He'll go up against Joe Kingston out of Williston over there in Budweiser Lane. 708 is his dial in. All right, only 3,000 separate the two at the starting line. Here we go. The stripe on the red line is going to come off for Tom Heath on a double breakout. Heath went through the 634 on his 36 dial in, and Pinkston goes 702 on his 708. Robbie Little coming up next. 517 is going to be his dial in. He'll go up against Bobby Trunell from Fort White there at the Lucas Oil Lane. 520-34 is his dial in. Okay, only 3,000 separates the two at the starting line. At the stripe, it's going to be Robbie Little getting the win line here as he goes dead on 3 with an 011 reaction time. He puts a 14-pound pack together. Treadwell's 014, runs dead on with a 1. 15 ten thousandths of a second was the difference at the stripe. All right, Mike Griggs coming up over here with the Lucas Oil side of the track. He's out of Ocala, Florida, in the 72 Camaro. He'll be going up against Aaron Reynolds over here in the Budweiser lane. 625 is the dial in for the S10 pickup truck. Okay, 17,000 difference at the starting line. Here we go to the stripe, and Mike Griggs is going to get the win line here as he goes 744 on his 743 dial in, as Reynolds goes out with a 631 on his 625. Jim Barbera coming up next, 652 is his dial in the 66 Nova. He'll go up against Jason Graham over there in the Budweiser lane. Graham with a 570 dial in on his 65 Chevy 2 out of Jacksonville. Okay, you got 25,000 difference at the starting line. Here we go to the stripe. It's Jason Graham getting the win line here as he goes dead on 6. Gets the win line as Barbera breaks out by 8 thousandths. Mark Daniels coming up next. 503 is going to be the dial in for the Jacksonville-based dragster. And he'll be going up against car number L2745. This is Ron Logan. 492 is going to be his dial in. Okay, red line start there by Logan is going to give Mark Daniels the automatic win. Daniels goes dead on forward and gets the win line. All right, Mike Benashi coming up next. 519 the dial in for the dragster out of Ocala. He'll run up against Ben Matz over here in the Budweiser lane. 784 the dial in for the 65 Chevelle out of Gainesville. Here's going to come on for Mike Benashi. As Ben Matz breaks out with a 776 on his 784 dial in. He's going to bring up James Bunner next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track in the Chevy Camaro. He's got a 573 dialed in. Going against Keith Collins over there in the Budweiser lane. 571 is the dial in for the Keystone Heights base S10 pickup. And your red light's going to come on down there for James Bunner as he goes 573 on 119 to a 571 on 121. All right, Andrew Kaiser coming up next. He's out of Green Coast Springs, Florida. He's got a 524 dialed in on the dragster there in the left-hand lane. He'll go up against Roland Alford there in the Budweiser lane. 736 is the dial in for the 89 S10. Okay, at the stripe, it's going to be Andrew Kaiser getting the win line here, 537 at 111 miles an hour. All right, doing the street bikes. Street bikes need you to lane 7, please. Street bikes need you to lane 7. Sportsmen, you should be in lanes 5 and 6. Sportsman, you should be in lanes 5 and 6. All right, attention in the pits, junior dragsters, 6 to 9 year olds need you to lane 8, please. Junior dragsters, 6 to 9 year olds need you to staging lane number 8. Junior dragsters, 10 to 12 year olds need you to lane 2. Junior dragsters, 10 to 12, lane 2. Junior dragsters, 13 and older need you to lane 1. Junior dragsters, 13 and older, lane 1, please. All right, we got Trey Bunner over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 485 is his dial in, going against Kelly Hicks over here in the Budweiser lane. Hicks with a 453 dial in. Here we go to the stripe. It's going to be Bunner getting the win right here. 486 on an 85 dial in. As Hicks breaks out with a 452 on his 453. Mike Carpenter coming up next. 610 the dial in for the Chevy Vega. It's out of St. Petersburg, going up against Craig Spell over here in the Budweiser lane. 646 the dial in for the 86 S10 out of Jacksonville. And a red line start for Craig Spell is going to give Carpenter the automatic win. Carpenter goes through the 607 on that 610 dial in. Craig goes 647 on his 646. Bill Highhouse coming up next. 479 is going to be the dial in for the dragster out of Middleburg. He'll go up against D. Lichty over there in the Budweiser lane. 665 the dial in for the 69 Camaro. He's out of St. John's, Florida. Ken Grant coming up next, 619 the dial in for the 73 Nova. He's out of Ty, Georgia. He'll be going up against John Dwayne over here in Budweiser lane. 611 the dial in for the 68 Chevy Camaro. And we got a clean green light start. Looks like 9 fouls separate the two at the starting line. At the stripe, it's going to be John Dwayne getting the win right here as he goes dead on forward. Picks up the win. Ken Grant breaks out by 2 thousandths. Mike Bennett coming up next, 707 the dial in for the S10 pickup out of Green Cove Springs. He'll go up against Darren Stutz. Stutz also out of Green Cove. Over here in the Budweiser lanes, 549 the dial in on the 1940 Willys. All right, red line start for Bennett's going to give Darren Stutz the automatic win. Stutz goes through with a 549.3 on his 549 dial in. He's 006 on the tree. Puts a 9 foul pack together. Stutz moving on into round number 2. It's going to bring up Luke Galley next. 659 is going to be the dial in for the Chevy Vega. Luke's out of Fort White, Florida. Go around to Richard Lindsay over there in the Budweiser lane. 652 the dial in for the 96 Mustang. And we got a clean green light start. Here we go to the stripe. It's going to be Luke Galley getting the win line here on a double breakout. As he breaks out by the least, and he'll move on into round number 2. And that'll bring up Tony Morris. 474 is going to be the dial in. He's out of Winter Garden, Florida. He'll run up against Travis Logan over here in the Budweiser lane. 607 is his dial in. Well, red light started by Tony Morris is going to give Travis Logan the automatic win light. Logan goes through the 606 on his 607 dial in. Austin Logan coming up next, 605 the dial in for the Camaro out of Port Charlotte. He'll run over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. And Will Highhouse will be over here in the Budweiser lane. 746 will be his dial in. Okay, 10,000 minutes at the starting line. Here we go to strike. New win lights coming on for Austin Logan on a double breakout. He breaks out by the least amount, so he'll move on into round number 2. He's going to bring up Andy Lindsay next. He'll be over here in the Lucas Oil lane. 680 is his dial in. He'll be going up against Mike Gaffney over here in the Budweiser lane. Gaffney in the 8077 AMC Gremlin. He's got a 724 dial in. Okay, so we got a clean green line started both lanes. And the red light's going on for Andy Lindsay. Red light started by Todd Austin. He's going to give Mark Horton the automatic win. And Horton goes through the 493 on his 97 dial in. Okay, so that takes care of round number 1 of the Flying Brian Trailer Sales Super Pro. As we're getting ready to go here to the street bikes. go. We got long boats coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 7 flat to dial in for the bike out of Ocala. Going up against Scott DeLong over there in the Budweiser lane. 813 is his dial in. He's out of Citra. All right, junior dragsters, y'all should be in the lanes at this time. Junior dragsters, you should be in the lanes at this time. All right, so Scott DeLong is going to get the win light here and the breakout by Notes. He's going to bring up Jeremy Davis over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 791 is going to be the dial in for the bike out of Palm Coast. Going up against Dwayne Schmidt Sr. over there in the Budweiser lane. 545 is his dial in. Okay, we got a clean green light starting both lanes. Here we go to the strike. Win light's going to come on down there for Dwayne Schmidt Sr. He goes dead on 8 with a 007 reaction time. That'll bring up Dwayne Schmidt Jr. next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 840 is going to be his dial in. Then we go up against bike number 197 over here in the Budweiser lane. 620 is his dial in. All right, 59,000 separated two at the starting line, and it's going to be Schmidt Jr. getting the win light here. 850 on an 840 dial in. Good run there for him. As bike number 197 slowed to a 668 on his 620 dial in. Chuck Willem coming up next. 625 is going to be the dial in there in the Lucas Oil lane. He's out of Reddick. He'll go up against Billy Barton over here in the Budweiser lane. 566 is the dial in for the Keystone Heights based bike. Red light start there for Chuck Williams. Going to give Billy Martin the automatic win. All right, so here we go as we get ready to go into Sportsman, round 1. All right, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Rollins Automotive Pro Eliminator, need you to start making your way into lanes 3 and 4. Rollins Automotive Pro Eliminator, need you to start making your way into lanes 3 and 4. So that's going to bring up Candace Lingerfeld. She'll be over here in the Lucas Oil lane. 741 is going to be the dial in. Going against Jeff Barrier over there in the Budweiser lane. 780 is his dial in. All right, got a good green light start here in both lanes. And Jeff Barrier is going to get the win light here as he goes 783 on his 780 dial in. As Candace breaks out with a 1032 on 1041. All right, Michael Congemini coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 1143 is the dial in on the 2023 Nissan. He'll go up against Mitchell Gunner over here in the Budweiser lane. 816 is the dial in for the Dodge Charger. Okay, we got a clean green light start. Looks like we got about 13,000 difference at the starting line. And at the stripe, it's going to be Gunner getting the win light here as he goes 816 on an 816 dial in. And a breakout over there on the Lucas Oil side of the track, 1123 on 43. Alan Bond coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He's got a 7 flat dialed in on his Dodge Charger. And Amber Matz is going to be running over here in the Budweiser lane. She's got a 743 dialed in on her Chevy Camaro. And looks like Matz is going to get the win light here. She goes through with a 752 on her 743 dial in. Bob Hoxton coming up next. 7 flat to dial in for the 90 model Chevy pickup truck. He'll go up against Brett Benjamin over here in the Budweiser lane. 834 is the dial in for the GTO out of Jacksonville. All right, car 177 over there on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He's got the win light here as he goes 715 on a 707. Clint Wilson bows out with a 712 on his 7 flat. Dan Gillian coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 811 is going to be his dial in. He'll go against Dennis Harsh over here in the Budweiser lane. 809 is going to be his dial in. All right, Dawson Bass coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He's got a 723 dialed in. Going against Marcus Cruz over there in the Budweiser lane. 869 is the dial in for Marcus. And the win light's going to come on down there for Dawson Bass. He goes through with a 725 on that 723 dial in. Dan Salyer's coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 853 is going to be his dial in. And he'll be running up against Monica Roberts over here in the Budweiser lane. 803 is the dial in for the Camaro out of Ocala. And red line start for Monica Roberts is going to give Dan Sayers automatic red light. Sayers goes through with an 854 on his 853. Monica goes 805 on her 803. Once again, needs Pro Eliminator lanes 3 and 4, Pro Eliminator lanes 3 and 4. All right, here we go to the junior dragsters. This is the 6 to 9-year-olds. We got Blake Jones coming up over there on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 1192 is going to be his dial in. He's out of Orange Park. He'll go up against Ryder Horse out of Inverness, Florida, over there in the Budweiser lane. 1191 will be his dial in. All right, only 4,000 separate the two at the starting line. And at the stripe, your win line's going to come on down there for Ryder Horse. He goes 1192 on a 91 dial in. As Blake Jones goes 1195 on his 1192 dial in, excuse me. That's going to bring up Kylie Bachny next. 1192 is going to be her dial in. She'll be over there on the Lucas Oil side of the track. And Riley Holdaway out of Inverness will be over here in the Budweiser lane. 1390 is her dial in. All right, so we got clean green light starts at both lanes. And here we come to the stripe, and it's going to be Kylie Bachny getting the win light here, 1193 on her 1192 dial in. Is Riley breaks out with a 1381 on her 1390. All right, once again, I'm looking for the Rollins Automotive Pro Eliminator lanes 3 and 4. Overflow go to 5 and 6. Pro Eliminator needs you to lanes 3 and 4 with overflow to 5s and 6. Super Pro Motorcycles need you to lane 7. Super Pro Motorcycles need you to lane 7, please. bid class as we go to the 10 to 12-year-olds, and this is going to bring up Wright Cook over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 893 is going to be his dial in. He's out of Orange Park, Florida. Then we're going up against Wyatt James Hicks out of Elkton. 925 is going to be his dial in. Okay, we got clean green light stars in both lanes. And the wind light's coming on down there for Wyatt Hicks. 927 on a 925. Good run there for him as Cook goes through the 910 on an 893. Aaron Kennedy coming up next. He'll run over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 893 is going to be his dial in. He'll go up against Sierra Haight out of Keystone Heights. 894 is going to be her dial in. She'll be over here in the Budweiser lane. Okay, we got a nice clean start for both racers. And your wind light's going to come on down there for Sierra Haight. She goes 905 on that 894 dial in. As Aaron Kennedy goes out with an 896 on his 893. Aaron a little tardy on the tree there on that run. Sierra was 050, Aaron was 153. Caden Holloway coming up next. 890 will be the dial in over there on the Lucas Oil side of the track. Going up against Carson Murphy out of Ellington, Florida. Got 895 dialed in. Okay, we got the way clean and green. Here we go. The stripe, your wind light's going to come on down there for Carson Murphy. Goes 901 on an 895 dial in. Holloway goes 893 on his 890. Colson Hay coming up next. 890 is going to be his dial in. He's out of Graham, Florida. He'll run up against Lincoln McMaster over here in the Budweiser lane. 903 is his dial in. He's out of De Leon Springs. Okay, red light's going to come on here for Lincoln McMaster on a double red light start. He was 018 red, 021 was the red light for Colson Hay. So by 3,000ths of a second, Lincoln McMaster will get the win light. All right, here comes Tanner Bach Rockney next. 894 is the dial in. He's out of Venice, Florida. We're up against Briella Browning. She's out of Wesley Chapel, Florida. She's got an 890 dialed in. Okay, the red light start there for Tanner Rockney. He's going to give Briella Browning the automatic win light here. And she goes through an 887 on that 890 dial in. All right, Hunter Dowling coming up next. 890 is going to be the dial in for the dragster out of Gainesville. He'll go up against Brooklyn Collins over here in the Budweiser lane. She also has an 890 dial in. She's out of Keystone Heights. Yeah, red light start there for Hunter Dowling. He's going to give Brooklyn Collins the automatic win. And Collins goes through the 902 on her 890 dial in. Hunter Dowling was 891 on his 890. And it looks like your buy run coming up here next for Xander Cook. All right, once again, I should have the Rollins Automotive Pro Eliminators in lanes 3 and 4. Rollins Automotive Pro Eliminator should be in lanes 3 and 4. Need the Super Pro Motorcycles to lane 7, please. Super Pro Motorcycles need you to lane 7. All right, so Cook goes through with an 893 on his 890 dial in. And that'll bring us up to our junior dragsters in the 13 and above. And we're going to have Autumn D. Rossett over here in the Lucas Oil lane. 844 is going to be her dial in. And Savannah Highhouse will be over here in the Budweiser lane. 836 is her dial in. separate the two at the starting line. Here we go to the stripe, and the one line's going to come on down there for Autumn Duras-Set. She was 8:44 on her 8:44 dial in. Good run there for her. High House breaks out with an 8:30 on her 8:36. Okay, so that concludes round one in all classes. So we're going to do a little prep on track, get ready to go into round number two. So Pro Eliminator, need you in the lanes. Pro Eliminator, need you in lanes 3 and 4. I need Super Pro Motorcycles to lane 7. Super Pro Bikes, lane 7.
Hey Tornado fans, this is Kurt Miracle of Miracle Automotive and Towing, proud sponsors of Tornado Football. I want to welcome you to beautiful Stark, Florida and David Hurst Stadium, and thank you for letting us be a part of this community. We're here for more than your automotive and towing needs. We're here to be part of Tornado Country. Go Big Red!
"60 years of innovation, 60 years of attention to detail, 60 years of rigorous testing under race conditions is what makes ATI Performance Products great. ATI has been helping racers like you reach the finish line first. Today, we manufacture a wide range of high-performance parts that are track-tested and race-proven. We're passionate about performance, and that passion is what drives you to the finish line first. See everything ATI has to offer at ATIRacing.com.
We want to thank our other sponsors, Team GRE, Goolsby Racing Enterprises, located right here in Gainesville, Florida. They can take care of all your sign needs. They can wrap vehicles. They can do T-shirts. They can pretty much do it all. Give them a call at 352-870-7258. Also, I know that lawn is probably getting high with all this rain that we're getting. So if you need a quote or you just need your lawn mowed, give On the Spot Lawn Maintenance a call. Your full service lawn care for you. 904-966-1633. Also, don't forget about our other sister page, On the Spot with David Rogers, as they talk everything politics and everything regionally. As far as news, their podcast comes on at Tuesday nights at 7 p.m. Eastern Time. Hey, coming up here on October the 27th and the 28th here at Gainesville Raceway is the 8th annual 352 shootout. This is a great event. There will be a lot of classes being contested, and there will also be a car show. So if you're planning on coming out here and you got a nice ride, go ahead and enter your car in the car show. Find you a nice place in the bleachers to sit and watch some good old racing. We're getting everything ready for the second round of eliminations, as we will start off in pro category.
All right, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Round number 2 of the Rollins Automotive Pro Eliminator category, and we've got Bill Green coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 602 is going to be the dial in for the 68 Chevy Camaro. He's out of Ocala. Then we're going up against Aaron Reynolds. Reynolds out of Melbourne, Florida. He's got a 622 dialed in on the S10 pickup truck. He's out of Melbourne, Florida. All right, got clean green light start, 24,000 difference at the starting line. Here we go to stripe, and it's going to be Aaron Reynolds getting the win light here as he goes 623 with a 3 on a 22 dial in. Bill Green goes dead on 9. Unfortunately, he can't get the win light to come on. He's 046 to an 022 for Aaron Reynolds. Kevin Roberts coming up next. 69 Camaro out of Hawthorne. Got a 761 dial in. Going against Chris Lease over there in the Budweiser lane. 730 is his dial in. He's out of Melrose, Florida. And at the stripe, Kevin Roberts is going to get the win light here as he goes 764 on a 761. He was 023 on the tree. Chris Lease goes out with a 739 on his 730 dial in. He was 019. Ray Northrop coming up next. 686 is the dial in for the Chevy Camaro out of Trenton, Florida. He'll be going up against Roland Alford over here in the Budweiser lane. 735 the dial in for the S10. I got a pair of red light starts. Alford's going to get the red light here. He's 008 on the wrong side of the tree. Northrop a little better off as he goes 022 red. So Alford gets the win light for the better red light. Mike Gilder coming up next. He's out of Bernardino Beach. He'll run over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. Got an 89 S10 pickup. He'll be going up against Austin Logan out of Port Charlotte, Florida. 606 is the dial in for the Chevy Camaro. And once again, we got a double red light start. This time, Mike Gilder is going to get the red light. And he goes through the 638 on that 41 dial in as well. Both drivers running under the dial in. Lee Zaremba coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. His 1970 Dodge Dart. He's out of Inverness, Florida. Here we go up against Trey Bunner over there in the Budweiser lane. 627 is the dial in for the 87 Chevy Camaro. And we got a clean green light start in both lanes. And at the stripe, it's going to be Trey Bunner getting the win light here, 636 on a 627 dial in, as Zaremba goes out with a 664 on his 644 dial in. George Emanuel coming up next. He'll be over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 794 is going to be his dial in, driving a 68 Nova out of High Springs, Florida. He'll be running up against Michael Carpenter over here in the Budweiser lane. Carpenter out of St. Petersburg, driving the Chevy Vegas station wagon. Okay, we got a clean green light start in both lanes. Looks like about 8 miles separating the two at the starting line, and it's going to be Carpenter getting the win light here on a double breakout. So Carpenter will be moving on into round number 3. It's going to bring up Bill Waller next. 657 is going to be the dial in for the 1984 Ford Ranger. He'll run up against Travis Logan over there in the Budweiser lane, 614, the dial in for the Chevy Camaro out of Port Charlotte. And red light start there for Waller is the automatic win here to Travis Logan. Logan goes through the 608 on that 614 dial in. It's going to bring up Ralph Bratton next. 7th lap, the dial in for the 72 El Camino. He's out of Gainesville. Go right up against Leah Tadero over here in the Budweiser lane. 750 is the dial in for the 74 Chevy van. Okay, you got a clean green light start. 12 miles separate the two at the starting line. Here we go. The stripe, your web lights coming on over there for Ralph Bratton. 702 on a 7 flat dial in. It's going to get him the win. Leah goes through with a 757 on her 750 dial in. Martinelli coming up next. 661 is going to be the dial in for the S10 pickup truck. Going up against Brett Benneman over here in the Budweiser lane. 830 is his dial in. Driving the 06 GTO out of Jacksonville. Okay, we got a clean green light start in both lanes. Here we go to the stripe. Your red light's coming on down there for Brett Benneman on a double breakout. Benneman breaks out by 1/1000th of a second. And Nell broke out by about 19th now, it looks like. Let's bring up your next pairs. We got Dan Salyers coming up over here in the Lucas Oil lane. 854, the dial in for the 71 Monte Carlo. He's out of Reddick, Florida. Here we're up against John Dwayne. Dwayne's out of Jacksonville, Florida. The 68 Chevy Camaro. He's got a 611 dialed in. So John Dwayne's going to have to show a little bit of patience here as he's going to be giving Dan Salyers almost 2.5 second head start here before he can start giving chase to it. Once again, looking for Super Pro Motorcycles. Super Pro Motorcycles to the lanes. Super Pro Motorcycles need you to the lanes. All right, attention in the pits. Need Blind Brian trailer sales. Super Pro to lanes 1 and 2. Blind Brian trailer sales. Super Pro lanes 1 and 2, please. All right, win line here is coming on for John Dwayne as he goes 611, 612 on his 611 dial in. Salyers breaks out with an 851 on his 854 dial in. Now bring up Will Highhouse next over here in the Lucas Oil lane. 747 is going to be the dial in for the Chevy Malibu. He'll go up against Mike French over here in the Budweiser lane. 633 the dial in for the 65 Chevelle station wagon. Okay, we got a clean green light start here. One's pretty good, one's a little late. And amazing how it works out. Mike French going to get the win light here as he goes dead on 2, picks up the win. Highhouse breaks out by 9,000. Highhouse had it covered on the reaction times. He was 007. French was 091. Paul Allen coming up next. 710 is going to be his dial in. He's out of Middleburg, driving the 72 Ford Maverick. He'll go up against D. Lichty over here in the Budweiser lane. 665 the dial in for the 69 Chevy Camaro out of St. John's, Florida. And a red light start there for D. Lichty. He's going to give Paul Allen the automatic win light. And Allen goes through with a 710 on his 710 dial in. That's going to bring up Alan Bond next. 670 will be the dial in for the Dodge Challenger. And he'll be going up against Rob Reynolds over here in the Budweiser lane. Reynolds with a 633 dial in on his Chevy Monte Carlo. Okay, so we got a clean start here. And the win light's going to come off of Rob Reynolds, 653 on a 633 dial in. Spot goes out with a 726 on his 670 dial. David Zink coming up next, 709 the dial in for the 73 Plymouth Duster. He's out of Ponte Vedra, Florida. Going up against James Evans over here in Budweiser lane, 692 is his dial in. He's driving the 90 model Ford Mustang, also out of Jacksonville. All right, looks like we got 12 pounds difference at the starting line here. Wind light's going to come on down there for James Evans. He goes dead on 5, picks up the wind light there as Zink breaks out by 5 thousandths. Bob Hoxton coming up next. 683 the dial in for the Chevy pickup truck. He'll go against Richard Lindsay over there in Budweiser lane. 652 is the dial in. The 96 Mustang out of Gainesville. All right, we got a clean start, 30 pound difference at the starting line. And it's going to be Lindsay getting the win light here, 653 on his 652 dial in as Hodgson runs dead on 5. Unfortunately, he's 114 on the tree. Lindsay was 084. Brings up Mark Van Gillian next. 671 the dial in for the Chevy Camaro. He's out of Melrose. He'll go up against Tim Pafford. He's out of Baylor, Georgia, in the 88 S10. He's got a 727 dial in. Red light starting here for Mark Van Gillian. It's going to give Tim Pafford the automatic win. Pafford goes through the 724, his 27 dial in. He's going to bring up Dawson Bass next. 724 is going to be the dial in. He'll run over here to Lucas Oil Lane. Going up against Lee Hauser. Hauser over there in Budweiser lane's got a 699 dialed in. Okay, one's good, one's way late. And one of the skids going to get the win light here. Lee Hauser gets the win 703 on his 699 dial in. Bass goes 726 on a 24. But you're not going to win a lot of races when your reaction time starts with a 5. Andy Lindsay coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He's got a 680 dialed in. Then when he gets Ernie Renfro over there in the Budweiser lane, 667 is the dial in for the 70 Camaro. 1,000 separate the two of the starting line. We got a good one going on. And the win light's going to come on for Ernie Renfro as he goes 668 on his 667. Andy Lindsay breaks out by 9 thousandths. That's going to bring up Chad King next. 792 is going to be the dial in for the 94 Firebird. He'll go up against Travis Marchand over here in the Budweiser lane. 588 is going to be the dial in for the 69 Chevy Camaro. And at the stripe, it's going to be Chad King getting the win light here. 796 on his 92 dial in. As Travis' car slowed to a 593 on its 588 dial in. Only 2,000 separated the two at the starting line. And that's going to bring up Darren Stutz. 671 the dial in for the 93 Camaro. He's out of Green Cove Springs. And he'll run against Billy Barton over there in the Budweiser lane. Barton with a 566 dial in on the Kawasaki out of Keystone Heights. All right, we got a clean start for both racers. Here we go to the stripe, and it's going to be Billy Barton getting the win light here. As he goes 570 on a 66 dial in, and Stutz breaks out with a 669 on his 671. Marcus Cruz coming up next. 873 is going to be the dial in for the Dodge Challenger. He'll go up against Clint Wilson over here in the Budweiser lane. 696 is the dial in for the Nova out of Providence. All right, once again, I should have my Flying Brian trailer sales Super Pro in lanes 1 and 2. Super Pro lanes 1 and 2. The Super Pro motorcycles are in 7. Sportsmen, start making your way into lane 5 and 6, please. Allen Speed Machine Sportsman. Start making your way to lanes 5 and 6, please. Okay, red light here is going to come on for Marcus Cruz on a double red light start. So Marcus will get that moving on into round number 3. And that'll bring up Mike Gaffney next on 5 run. Gaffney with a 726 dial in. And he goes 725. All right, here we go, the Super Pro motorcycles. And we're going to have Scott DeLong over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 813 is going to be his dial in. And here we go up against Sandy Rodriguez Jr. He's got a 556 dial in over here on the Budweiser side. All right, we got a clean green line start both lanes. 16,000 separate the two at the starting line on a double breakout. Sandy Rodriguez is going to get the win line here as he goes 555 on a 556 dial in. Okay, Dwayne Leachman picks up the win light there as he goes 570 on his 560 dial in. As Jeremy Davis's bike slows to a 8 flat on his 789 dial in. Leachman also a little better on the Christmas tree there, 076 to an 089. Byron coming up here for John Up the Grove, 579 is going to be his dial in. head to Super Pro, and we're going to have Mark Orton coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 497 is going to be the dial-in for the drag show out of Callahan. Then we go up against David Hicks. 499 is going to be his dial-in. He's out of St. Augustine, Florida. Okay, going to do a little house cleaning out here on the starting line. This will be just a moment. We'll be back underway. drivers, let's get loaded up. Drivers, let's load up, please. All right, so here we go. So round number 2, Super Pro. Mark Horton coming up over there on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 497 is going to be his dial in, going up against David Hicks over here in the Budweiser lane. 499 will be his dial in. All right, 2,000 separating the two at the starting line. Here we go. The stripe, your win line. It's going to come on down there for David Hicks. He goes 5 flat on a 499. Horton goes 497.9 on a 97. 14 ten-thousandths of a second is the difference in the stripe. Dan Dobson coming up next. 664 is the dial in for the Chevy Monza. He'll be going up against Ron Schaefer over here in the Budweiser lane. Schaefer out of St. Augustine, Florida. He's got a 630 dialed in on his Ford Mustang. Okay, we got a green light starting for both racers here. We go to the stripe. Your win light's going to come on down there for Ron Schaefer as he goes through with a 636 on that 630 dial in. Dobson breaks out with a 661 on his 664. Tony Morris coming up next. 475 is going to be the dial in for the dragster out of Winter Garden, Florida. He'll go up against Troy Bunker over here in the Budweiser lane. 691 the dial in for the S10 pickup. Bunker's out of Ocala. Nice start there by Tony Morris is going to give Troy Walker the automatic win. Troy goes through with a 693 on his 691 diamond. He's only 18 on the tree. Hunter Morris breaks out by 5 thousandths. He was 004 red. Derek Brewster coming up next. He's out of Blackshear, Georgia. 543 is going to be his dial in. He'll go up against Joe Pinkston over here in the Budweiser lane. Pinkston with a 7 flat dial in. All right, got a clean start, got 10 mile difference at the starting line. Here we go to the stripe. Your red light's coming on down here forward. Derek Brewster. So Brewster gets the win light there on a double breakout. And that'll bring up Tierra Carter next. 520 is going to be her dial in. She'll run over here in the Lucas Oil Lane. She's out of Blackshear, Georgia. Bobby Trunell out of Fort White, Florida. He'll run over here on the Lucas Oil in the Budweiser lane. He's got a 533 dialed in for his 33 Ford Roadster. All right, 28 now separating two at the starting line at the stripe. The win light's coming off for Tierra Carter. She goes 523 on a 529 and picks up the win. Trunell goes out with a 535 on his 533. Tierra was ahead of him on the starting line, 0-11 to an 039. David Harris coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He's out of McClenny, Florida. He's got a 482 dialed in. He'll be going up against A.J. Kelly over there in the Budweiser lane. 676 is the dial in for the 70 Volkswagen. He is out of Jacksonville. Okay, we got a clean green light starting both lanes. And at the stripe, the win light's coming on for David Harris on a double breakout. He breaks out by the least amount, so he'll be moving on into round number 3. Todd Austin coming up next. 486 is his dial in. He's out of Tampa, Florida. We're going against Jason Graham over there in the Budweiser lane. 570 is the dial in for the 65 Chevy 2 out of Jacksonville. And red light start there for Jason Graham. Is Todd Austin got automatic win light. Todd goes through the 485 was 486. Jason went 571 on a 570. Mike Boss coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 579 is his dial in. Here we're going up against Ron Logan over here in the Budweiser lane. 492 is going to be his dial in. Red light started there for Mike Boss. He has the automatic win here to Logan. He goes 493 on the 92 dial in. Boss goes dead on 1. He was 001 red. Tom Heath coming up next. 635 is going to be the dial in for the Ford Mustang. He's out of St. Augustine. And John Hamill out of Orange Park got a 528 dialed in. Okay, we had a clean green light start in both lanes, and here we go to stripe, and it's going to be Tom Heath getting the win light here, 6:38 on a 6:35. As John Hamill goes 5:33 on his 5:27 dial in. Austin Logan coming up next, 6:05 dial in for the Chevy Camaro out of Port Charlotte, Florida. They go up against Glenn Newman's over here in the Budweiser lane. 6:47 is the dial in for the 86 S10 of Newman's. Okay, only 4,000 separated the two at the start, and it's going to be Glenn Newman's running dead on zero with a 006 reaction time. He puts the 6 now back together as Austin Logan goes dead on 9 with an 010 reaction time. He has a 19,000 package. Glenn Newman's picks up the win. He's moving on into round 3. Mike Griggs coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 740 is going to be the dial in on the 72 Camaro out of Ocala. And he'll run up against Haley Wright over here in the Budweiser lane. She's got a 518 dial M on her dragster. She's out of Middleburg. Okay, 3,000 separate these two in the starting line. Here we go to the stripe. It's going to be Griggs getting the win line here, 741 on the 740 dial in. Haley goes 524 on her 518. Charles Racer coming up next. 550 is the dial in for the dragster out of Callahan. Here we go against Buddy Goolsby over here in the Budweiser lane. 662 is the dial in for the S10 pickup. All right, clean start for both drivers. Here we go to the stripe. Buddy Goolsby's going to get the win light here over Charles Racer. Will be a 667 on his 662 dial in. As Racer slowed to a 568 on his 550 dial in. Robbie Little coming up next. Got a 516 dial in on the dragster out of Yulee. He'll go up against Keith Collins over here in Budweiser lane. 571 is the dial in for the 2000 S10 pickup. All right, 15,000 separate the two at the starting line. Here we go to the stripe. The win light comes on from Robbie Little. 519 on a 16 dial in. He picks up the win. Keith Collins starts slow to a 576 on his 571 dial in. That brings up Travis Logan. 610 the dial in for the 87 Camaro out of Port Charlotte. Here we run up against Ben Matz over here in the Budweiser lane. 777 is the dial in for the 65 Chevelle. Okay, clean start here. We got 43,000 here. We set the starting line. Here we go to the stripe. It's Logan getting the win light here. 614 on a 610 dial in. He was 001 on the tree as Ben Matz goes out with his 781 on his 777 dial in. James Bunner coming up next. 574 is going to be the dial in for the Chevy Camaro. Coming up against Brian Jones over here in the Budweiser lane. 465 is the dial in for the dragster out of Orange Park. Alright, we got a clean start here, 13,000 separating the two of the starting line and the stripe. Gonna be Brian Jones getting the win line here, 466 on a 65 dial in. Brian moving on into round number 3. Victor Adams coming up next. 653 is the dial in for the 89 Pontiac Firebird out of Gainesville. Coming up against Shirley Powell over here in the Budweiser lane. He's out of Green Coast Springs, 665 the dial in for the 70 Camaro. And we got a clean start in both lanes here. 18,000 separating the two of the starting line at the stripe. It's going to be Shirley Powell getting the win light as he goes 669 on his 665 dial in. Mark Daniels coming up next. 503 is going to be the dial in for the dragster out of Jacksonville. Coming up against Kelly Hicks over here in the Budweiser lane. Kelly with a 452 dial in. He's out of Elkton, Florida. Okay, you got a clean start here in both lanes. Here we go to the stripe. It's going to be Kelly Hicks getting the win line here, 455 on a 52 dial in, as Daniels breaks out by 1/1000th of a second. Michael Carpenter coming up next. 610 is going to be the dial in for the Chevy Vega. He's out of St. Petersburg, Florida. He'll go up against Craig Spell over there in the Budweiser lane. 647 is the dial in for the S10 out of Jacksonville. Separate the two in the starting line. Here we go to the stripe. Your win light's going to come on down there for Mike Carpenter as he goes dead on 6 and picks up the win. Craig Spell breaks out by 2,000ths. Trey Bunner coming up next. He's out of Bushnell, Florida. He's got a 485 dialed in. He'll go against Aaron Reynolds over here in the Budweiser lane. 618 is his dial in. Red line start there for Trey Bunner. It's going to give Aaron Reynolds the automatic win line here. Aaron goes 623 on his 618 dial in, and Trey breaks out with a 483 on an 85 dial in. Jim Barbera coming up next. 651 is going to be the dial in for the 66 Chevy 2 out of Trenton, Florida. And John Dwayne, he's out of Jacksonville, Florida, the 68 Camaro with a 612 dial in. difference on the starting line. Here we go to the stripe, and it's going to be John Dwayne getting the win light here. And Jim Barbera goes dead on with a 0. Cannot get the win light to come on. If he was 0.62 on the tree, Dwayne was 0.32. He goes 6.14 on a 6.12. Yeah, 97 10,000ths of a second was the difference at the finish line. That'll bring up Bill Highhouse. 479 to dial in from the dragster out of Middleburg. He'll run over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. And Darren Stutz, he's out of Green Cove Springs. He's got a 949 dialed in on his 1940 Willys. Ken Grant coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He's got a 618 dialed in on that 73 Nova. And I'm going up against Roland Alford over there in the Budweiser lane. 735 is the dial in for the S10 pickup. Okay, you got 10,000 difference on the starting line here. And the win light's going to come off of Roland Alford as he goes 735 with a 6 on a 35 dial in. He was 015 on the tree. Puts a 21 pound pack together. Ken Grant breaks out by 6,000ths. All right, here comes Andrew Kaiser out of Green Cove Springs. He's got a 524 dialed in. Looks like his competition not going to make the call here for round number 2. And Kaiser goes 522 on a 24 dial in. All right, Mike Benacci over there on the Lucas Oil side of the track, going against Mike Bennett over here in the Budweiser lane. And on a double breakout, it's going to be Benacci getting the win line here. So he goes 5:19 on a 5:21. And then he goes from 7:04, his 7:08 dial in. James Brewer coming up next, 6:46 the dial in for the 69 Mustang. He's out of Ocala. He'll go up against Will Highhouse over here in the Budweiser lane. 7:41 is the dial in for the Malibu. He's out of Middleburg. Okay, red light start there for Brewer is going to give Highhouse the automatic win. And he goes through with a 7:43 on that 7:41 dial in. That'll bring up Mike Gaffney next, 7:26 the dial in for the 77 AMC Gremlin. He'll go up against Andy Lindsay over there in the Budweiser lane. And he's got a 680 dialed in. Ninth aisle, separate these two at the starting line. Here we go to the stripe. Your win light's going to come on down there for Mike Gaffney on a double breakout. Gaffney actually had a perfect reaction time. Andy was 009. That'll bring up Lou Galley next. 6:56 is going to be the dial in for the Chevy Vega. And Mark Horton's going to be over here in the Budweiser lane. 494 is going to be his dial in. All right, 6,000 separate the two in the starting line. Here we go to the stripe. Lou Galley is going to get the win line here. 6:58 on a 56 dial in for Lou as Mark slowed to a 496 on his 494 dial in. All right, Jerry Davis is going to get the win line here as he goes 797 on his 789 dial in and takes out Bob Boats. Fight number 197 coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. And Scott DeLong will be running over here in the Budweiser lane. All right, here we go with our round number 2 of the street bikes. And we got, like I said, bike 197's up on the line right now with Scott DeLong. And a red light start there for bike number 197 is going to give Scott DeLong the automatic win light. All right, Dwayne Schmidt Jr. over there on the Lucas Oil side of the track's got an 840 dialed in, going up against Billy Barton. We got a double red light start, and the red light's going to come on for Dwayne Schmidt Jr. And he goes through with an 838 on his 840 dial in, as Barton went 586 on the 566. Chuck Willem coming up next, 623 is going to be his dial in. He'll go up against Dwayne Schmidt Sr. over here in the Budweiser lane. He's got a 545 dial in over there. All right, attention to the pits, attention to the pits. I need my junior dragsters back to the lanes, please. Junior dragsters, 6 to 9 year olds in lane 8, 10 to 12 in lane 2, 13 and over. I think they're already done 13 and over, but they'll be in lane 1. I think they've already run their final. Sportsmen, you should be in the lanes. Sportsmen, you should be in the lanes. Okay, the red light's coming on down there for Dwayne Schmidt Sr. as he goes 558 on that 545 dial in. Okay, red light start there for Jeff Barrier is going to give the automatic win here into the Nissan over there on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He went through the 1042 on 1022. His Barrier breaks out also with a 778 on his 780 dial in. Bart Van Gillian coming up next. 811 is going to be the dial in for the Corvette. He'll go against Amber Batts over here in the Budweiser lane. 750 is her dial in. Penny Gillian's going to get the win line here as he goes 811 on his 811 dial in as Amber Batts breaks out with a 749 on her 750. Car number 181 coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 1118 is going to be the dial in. Mitch Gunner over there in the Budweiser lane got an 816 dial in on his Dodge Charger. He's from Stark. All right, the red light comes on over there for car number 181 as Gunner turned on the red light. All right, that's going to bring up the Camaro number 177. He's got a 711 dialed in. Dennis Harsh is going to be running over there in Budweiser lane. 796 is his dial in. Okay, red light's going to come on for the Camaro as he goes 711 with a 1 on a 711 dial in, so good run there. And his Harsh goes out with an 803 on his 796 dial in. Jay Dickinson coming up next. 832 the dial in for the Dodge Challenger. He's out of St. George, Georgia. He'll also go up against Marcus Cruz out of McClenny, Florida. 873 is his dial in. gonna come on over there for Marcus Cruz. He goes 892 on a 73 dial-in. He was 006 on the tree. Jay Dickinson goes 844 on his 832, but he was 208. That's going to bring up Monica Roberts next. 804 is going to be the dial-in for the Chevy Camaro. She'll go up against Brett Veneman over here in the Budweiser lane. 830 is going to be his dial-in. Okay, got a clean start in both lanes. Looks like 62,000 difference at the starting line, and it's going to be Monica Roberts getting the win light here, 808 on an 804 dial-in. Monica gets the win light as Venom breaks out by 5 thousandths. Dawson Bass coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track, 725 is going to be his dial-in. He'll be going against Clint Wilson over there in the Budweiser lane, 7 flat the dial-in for the 68 Nova. All right, got a clean start. And Dawson Bass is going to get the win line here as he goes dead on 2 and picks up the win. Clint Wilson breaks out with a 691 on his 7 flat dial in. And it looks like that's going to bring up Bob Hoxton next over there on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 7 flats his dial in. He'll be going against Chad King over here in the Budweiser lane. 795 is his dial in. And a red light start for Hoxton. It's going to give Chad King the automatic win. All right, Dan Sawyer's coming up here with your buy run. 851 is going to be his dial in. Jones coming up next over here in the Lucas Oil Lane. 1194 is going to be his dial in. He's out of Orange Park, going up against Ryder Horse over here in the Budweiser Lane. 1191 is his dial in. He's out of Inverness, Florida. All right, one light's going to come on down for Blake Jones as he goes 1193 on his 94 dial in. Ryder Horse got 1187 on his 1191. All right, Kylie Bachny out there, got 1191 dialed in. She's out of Venice, Florida. Goes 12 flat at 52. All right, here we go. We got Aaron Kennedy coming up over here in the Lucas Oil Lane. 895 is going to be the dial in. He's out of Middleburg, Florida. Going up against Wyatt James Hicks over here in Budweiser Lane. He's out of Elton, Florida. He's got 926 dialed in. All right, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. I need your Rollins Automotive Pro Eliminator cars back to lanes 3 and 4. Rollins Automotive Pro Eliminator, need you back to lanes 3 and 4. Super Pro Motorcycles, need you back to lane 7, please. Super Pro Bikes, lane 7. McMaster coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 904 is going to be his dial in, going against Carson Murphy over here in the Budweiser lane. 897 is their dial in out of Ellenton, Florida. All right, you got 49,000 difference at the starting line, and it's going to be Murphy getting the win light. 901 on a 897 as Lincoln McMaster breaks out with a 902 on a 904. Caden Holdaway coming up next. 890 is going to be his dial in. He'll be over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. Going against Xander Cook over here in the Budweiser lane. 890 is his dial in. Okay, so Caden Holdaway over there on the Lucas Oil side of the track. Xander Cook there in the Budweiser lane. The Budweiser lane is going to get the win right here. 894 on an 890 dial in there for Xander Cook. Colson Hayden coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 895 is going to be his dial in, going against Ryden Cook over here in the Budweiser lane. 892 is his dial in. Okay, real nice start there for Colson Hayden. It's going to give Ryden Cook the automatic win. Ryden goes through an 895 on his 893 dial in. And Colson went dead on 9, but unfortunately he's 23 red. That'll bring up Hunter Dowling next. 891's the dial in for the drag straight of Gainesville. And Briella Browning. She's out of Wesley Chapel, Florida. She was running over here in the Budweiser lane. Okay, real nice start from Briella Browning. It's going to give Hunter Dowling the automatic win right here. And Hunter goes through an 891 on an 891 dial in. All right, Sierra Hayden coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. She's got a 908 dialed in. She'll be going against Brooklyn Collins over there in the Budweiser lane. 9 flats to dial in for Collins.
Well, we got a little break in the action.
All right, attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Flying Brian Trailer Sales, Super Pro, make your way into lanes 1 and 2, please. Super Pro, you can make your way into lanes 1 and 2. Pro Eliminator, you should be in lanes 3 and 4. Pro Eliminator, you should be in lanes 3 and 4 at this time. Super Pro Bikes should be in lane 7.
Well, we got a little break in the action. We want to thank our sponsors that make everything happen for us. First of all, we want to talk about Team GRE, Goolsby Racing Enterprises, located right here in Gainesville, Florida. Hey, if you need some signs made, you need some lettering for your storefront, or even a vehicle wrap, give Tim and them a call at 352-870-7258. Also, on-the-spot lawn maintenance, full-service lawn care for you. That's right, your grass is probably growing with all this rain that we've been getting here in Florida. I don't know about the other areas outside the state of Florida, but it's been pretty wet here the past week and a half. But if you need them to come out and give you a quote, they can do that, or they can just come on out and mow your lawn. Give them a call at 904-966-1633. Also, don't forget about our sister podcast. That's On the Spot with David Rogers on Tuesday nights at 7 p.m. Eastern Time, as they talk about politics and news-related items around the region. Also, coming up October 27th and 28th, right here at Gainesville Raceway, is the 352 Shootout. This is the 8th annual. There's going to be plenty of different classes taking place. A car show is going to be part of this event. Come on out and support a great and wonderful event that Derek Putnam has been putting on for 8 years.
Hey Tornado fans, this is Kurt Miracle of Miracle Automotive and Towing, proud sponsors of Tornado Football. I want to welcome you to beautiful Stark, Florida and David Hurst Stadium, and thank you for letting us be a part of this community. We're here for more than your automotive and towing needs. We're here to be part of Tornado Country. Go Big Red!
"60 years of innovation, 60 years of attention to detail, 60 years of rigorous testing under race conditions is what makes ATI Performance Products great. ATI has been helping racers like you reach the finish line first. Today, we manufacture a wide range of high-performance parts that are track-tested and race-proven. We're passionate about performance, and that passion is what drives you to the finish line first. See everything ATI has to offer at ATIRacing.com.
We round out the pro eliminator category, and we've got Ralph Bratton coming out over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track, 7 flat to dial in on the 72 El Camino out of Gainesville. They're going against Rob Reynolds over here in the Budweiser lane. 633 is going to be the dial in for the Monte Carlo out of Melbourne, Florida. Once again, the flying Brian Trailer Sales Super Pro to lanes 1 and 2. Super Pro, start making your way into lanes 1 and 2, please. The Super Pro motorcycles to lane 7. Super Pro bikes, lane 7. Okay, we got a clean green line start. Looks like that's 72 now. Different set of starting line though, and it's going to be Rob Reynolds getting the win light here as he goes 641 on his 633 dial in. As Rob Bratton drops to a 706 on his 7 flat. Mike Gilder coming up next. 640 is going to be the dial in for the 89 S10 pickup over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. Here we're going against Lee Hauser over there in the Budweiser lane. Hauser with a 699 dial in on his 71 Dodge. The red light start there, but Mike Gilder is going to give Lee Hauser the automatic win light here. And Hauser goes dead on with a 6. And Gilder broke out with a 9,000. Mike Gaffney coming up next, 725 the dial in for the 77 AMC Gremlin out of Wildwood. They'll go up against Ernie Renfro over here in the Budweiser lane, 668 the dial in for the 70 Chevy Camaro. All right, 2,000 separate the two in the starting line. Here we go to the stripe, and it's going to be Renfro getting the win line here on a double breakout. He breaks out by the least amount, so he'll move on into the next round. They were 007 and 009 on the Christmas tree. Kevin Roberts coming up next. 760 is going to be the dial in for the 69 Camaro there on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He'll go up against Tim Pafford over here in the Budweiser lane. 727 is the dial in for the 88 S10 pickup. And we got a clean start for both drivers. And here we go to the stripe. It's going to be Pafford getting the win line here. 730 on a 727 as Roberts breaks out with a 757 on his 760 dial in. Roland Alford coming up next. He'll run over here in the Lucas Oil lane. 735 is the dial in for the S10 pickup. Going up against John Dwayne over here in the Budweiser lane. 612 the dial in for the 68 Camaro. Okay, you got a clean start for both racers. Here we go to the stripe, and it's going to be John Dwayne getting the win light here. 618 on a 612 dial in. He's 025 on the tree. Roland goes through with a 739 on his 35, but he was way late on the Christmas tree. Chad King coming up next. 794 is going to be the dial in for the 94 Pontiac Firebird. And he'll go up against Mike French over here in the Budweiser lane. 633 is his dial in. He's out of Ocala. And the red light's going to come off for Mike French on a double red light start. And French goes dead on 4. Good run there for Mike French. Chad King went through with an 8 flat on his 794. He's going to bring up Trey Butter next. He's got a 627 dial in over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. And he'll go against Brett Benjamin over here in the Budweiser lane. Benjamin with an 830 dial in on his 06 GTO. Okay, we got a clean green light start. 56 now separated the two at the starting line. Here we go to stripe. It's going to be Benjamin getting the win light. Goes dead on 8 with an 011 reaction time. Puts a 19th out pack together. Trey Butter was 067. And he went 628 on his 627 dial in. Aaron Reynolds coming up next. 623 is going to be the dial in for the Melbourne-based S10 pickup. Going up against Michael Carpenter over here in the Budweiser lane. 613 the dial in for the Vega out of St. Pete. All right, Super Pro, need you to the lanes. Blind Brian Trailer Sales, Super Pro, need you to lanes 1 and 2. Come on down. Super Pro Motorcycles, need y'all in the lanes if you're not already there. Need Super Pro to the lanes. All right, 3,000 separate these two at the starting line. Here we go to the stripe, and your win lights coming off for Carpenter. All right, James Evans over there on the Lucas Oil side of the track, but Richard Lindsay's going to get the win light here. Evans turned on the red light. Marcus Cruz coming up over here next on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 873 is going to be the dial in for the Dodge Challenger. Playing against Billy Martin over there in the Budweiser lane. 566 is his dial in. Okay, so we got a clean start for both racers. Here we go to the stripe. It's going to be Marcus Cruz getting the win light. 876 on his 73 dial in. As Billy Martin breaks out by 3 thousandths. Paul Allen coming up next. 711 is going to be the dial in for the 72 Maverick. He's out of Middleburg. And looks like this is going to be your buy run. All right, once again, Super Pro, need you in the lanes. Super Pro, need you to the lanes. Sportsman, need Sportsman, start making your way into lanes 5 and 6, please. Sportsman, start making your way to lanes 5 and 6. That's Allen Speed Machine, Sportsman, lanes 5 and 6. so here we go into round number 3 of our Super Pro bikes. Gonna have John Upthegrove coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 579 is gonna be his dial in. He'll go against Dwayne Leachman over there in the Budweiser lane. 561 is gonna be his dial in. All right, attention to the pits, attention to the pits. If you need any Sunoco race fuel, Fuel Depot is closing up at 2:30. It gives you 11 minutes. If you have not gotten your race fuel needs taken care of, you need to get back there now, as the Fuel Depot is closing at 2:30. And it looks like we're having some problems with John Upthegrove's bike. And so it's going to be a competition by here for Dwayne Leachman. And he goes through the 562 on that 561 dial in. And that will bring up Sandy Rodriguez Jr. All right, Sandy Rodriguez Jr. over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track's got a 555 dialed in. And Sandy goes down there with a 555 with a 3 and a 014 reaction time. Put 17-pound pack together. Good run there for Sandy. All right, once again, need sportsmen. Sportsmen, start making your way back to lanes 5 and 6, please. Sportsmen, lanes 5 and 6. All right, here we go. We got Lucas Supergirl. We got Eric Brewster over there on the Lucas Soil side of the track. 541 is going to be the dial-in. And he's going to get the win light here over Ron Schaefer in the Ford Mustang. He had a 631 dial in at 638. Tara Carter coming up next. She'll run over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 520 is going to be the dial in. She's out of Blackshear, Georgia. Going up against David Hicks. He's over here in the Budweiser lane. 499 is the dial in. He's out of St. Augustine, Florida. All right, we got a clean green light start. 12 miles separate the two of the starting line, and at the stripe, your win light's coming up for Tierra Carter. 522 on a 520 dial, and she's 004 on the Christmas tree. David Hicks, he was 5 flat on a 499. He's 016. 74 10,000ths of a second was the difference at the stripe. It's going to bring up Mike Griggs next. He'll be over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 740 is going to be his dial in. He'll be going up against Troy Volker over there in the Budweiser lane. Troy with a 699 dial in on his S10 pickup. And we got a clean green light start in both lanes. Here we go to the stripe, and the win light's going to come on down there for Griggs. He goes 740 with the 3 on the 740 with a 008 reaction time. He puts that 11,000 back together. Takes out Troy Volker here in round 3. David Harris coming up next. 481 is going to be the dial in for the dragster out of McClenny, Florida. And he'll be going up against Brian Jones out of Orange Park. 466 is going to be the dial in for the dragster out of the Budweiser lane. We got a clean start in both lanes. Here we go to the stripe. Your win line's going to come on down there for Brian Jones. He goes 466 for the day on a 466 diamond. He was 022 on the tree. David Harris goes 484 on his 481. He was better on the tree at 006. He got 62 10,000ths of a second. Was the margin of victory for Brian Jones. Shogi Powell coming up next. 665 is going to be his dial in. He'll be running over here against the Ron Logan. 492 the dial in for the dragster over here in the Budweiser lane. Okay, we got green light starts in both lanes, and it's going to be Logan getting the win line here. 493 on the 492. He was 006 on the tree. Shelby was 052. Went 667 on his 665. It's going to bring up Tom Heath next. He's got a 636 dialed in on the Ford Mustang over there on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He'll be going up against Glenn Newman's over here in the Budweiser lane. 647 is his dial in and his S10 pickup. Red light started by Glenn Newman. It's going to give Tom Heath the automatic win. And Heath goes dead on 6. Picks up the win with a 14 reaction time. Next, gonna bring up Will Hillhouse, the High House next. He's got a 743 dial in for the Chevy Malibu. And he'll be going up against Bill Highhouse out of Middleburg, 479 to dial in for the dragster. So a little father versus son action going on here. All right, do need street bikes. Street bikes back to lane 7. Street motorcycles lane 7. Sportsman lanes 5 and 6. Sportsman lanes 5 and 6. Junior dragsters, junior dragsters. You start making your way back to the lanes, please. Junior dragsters, 6 to 9-year-olds in lane 8 and 10 to 12-year-olds in lane 2. The junior dragsters, start making your way back to the staging lanes, please. And your win line here is coming off from Will Highhouse. He goes 744 on a 43 dial in. He's 017 on the tree. Takes Dan out. Todd Austin coming up next. 486 is going to be the dial in for the dragster out of Tampa. He'll be going up against Buddy Goolsby over here in the Budweiser lane. 664 is going to be the dial in for the S10 pickup. All right, Buddy Goolsby's going to pick up the win right there over Todd Austin. He really let his chances away. All right, Mike Bonacci coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 520 is going to be the dial in for the dragster out of Ocala. He'll go up against Kelly Hicks over here in the Budweiser lane. 453 is the dial in for the dragster out of Elton, Florida. Okay, so both drivers taking the time back getting staged up, but they are finally staged. And we got a clean green line start, 19,000 separating the two at the starting line. Here we go to the stripe. It's going to be Kelly Hicks getting the win line here as he goes 454 on a 453. Mike Bonacci is not going to like it. He runs, breaks out by a foul. He was 001. So, I'll have to console him down there. Andrew Kaiser coming up next. 522 is going to be the dial in for the dragster over here in the Lucas Oil lane. He'll be going up against Roland Alford over here in the Budweiser lane. 736 is his dial in. All right, we got a clean green light start both lanes. Here we go to the stripe. Your win light's coming on for Kaiser. here we go. We got Luke Alley coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. Chevy Vega out of Fort White going up against Aaron Reynolds and his S10 pickup truck out of Melbourne. Okay, we got Mike Carpenter coming up over here next on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 610 is going to be the dial in for the Vegas station wagon out of St. Petersburg. We're going against John Dwayne over there in the Budweiser lane. Dwayne with his 68 Camaro out of Jacksonville's got a 612 dialed in. All right, we got a clean green light start, 6th now. Separate the two at the starting line. Here we go to the stripe. And the win light's coming on for John Dwayne as he goes through with a 6:16 on that 6:12 dial in. And he'll be moving on into the next round as Carpenter bows out with a 6:13 on his 6:10 dial in. Looks like a buy run coming up here next for Mike Gaffney. 7:23, and Gaffney pulls off a perfect reaction time there on the buy run. And it goes a little quick though, 7:22 the 4 on 23 dial in. All right, that wraps up that round of the Super Pro as we're getting ready to go over here to the street bikes. And I need the Allen Speed Machines Sportsman to lanes 5 and 6. Sportsman, I need you to lanes 5 and 6, please. All right, also looking for my junior dragsters. Junior dragsters, need you back to the lanes, please. Junior dragsters, need you back to the lanes. My 6 to 9-year-olds in lane 8 and my 10 to 12-year-olds in lane 2. All right, so here we go back to the street bikes, and we're going to have Dwayne Schmidt Jr. coming up over on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 8:39 is going to be his dial in. Going against Scott DeLong over here in the Budweiser lane. DeLong with an 8:11 dial in. All right, here we go. Dwayne Schmidt Jr. over here in the Lucas lane. Scott DeLong over there in the Budweiser lane. They're staged up, ready to go. Red light start for Dwayne Schmidt Jr. is going to give the automatic win here to Scott DeLong. And DeLong's going to go through with an 819 on his 811 dial in. Schmidt went 844 on an 839. That'll bring up Dwayne Schmidt Sr. over here in the Lucas Oil Lane. 545 is going to be his dial in. He'll be going against Jeremy Davis over here in the Budweiser Lane. 789 the dial in for the bike rider out of Palm Coast, Florida. Okay, they're all staged up, ready to go. There goes Jeremy Davis. And he turns on the red light, giving the automatic win here to Dwayne Schmidt Sr. Schmidt goes through with a 547 on that 545 dial in. And Jeremy went through with an 806 on his 789 dial in. Okay, so it looks like that's going to be the end of the street bikes for this third round as we're getting ready to go into round 3 of sportsmen. All right, so here we go into sportsmen. This is round number 3. We've got Candace Lehenfeld coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track out of Tampa, Florida, 2013. This is 2023 Toyota. Going up against Bart Van Gillian over there in the Budweiser lane. 811 is going to be the dial in for the 94 Corvette. He's out of Melrose, Florida. And a red light start for Candace is going to give Bart the automatic win light here in round 3. And Bart's going to go through with a SEG 807 on that 811 dial in. He'll need to work on that. That's going to bring up Michael. Let's see if I can get this right. And Jiminy. He's out of Tampa, Florida. He'll be driving over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track, running up against Dan Salyers. Salyers got an 853 dial in on his 71 Monte Carlo. He's out of Reddick, Florida. A Tampa driver got an 1108 dial in over here in the Lucas Oil lane. And Salyers pulls the trigger too early on the Monte Carlo, turns the red light on to give it the automatic win here to Michael. And Salyers goes 854 on his 53 dial in. Michael goes 1114 on an 1108 dial in. That'll bring up Dawson Bass next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track in the Ford Mustang. 724 is going to be the dial in. He'll go up against Chad King over there in the Budweiser lane. 799 is the dial in for the 94 Pontiac Firebird. And Chad turns on the red light by 13 thousandths. It'll give the automatic win here to Dawson Bass. And Dawson Bass goes through with a 726 on his 724 dial in. That's going to bring up the Camaro. This is Derek Birch out of Hilliard, Florida. He'll be running over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 706 is going to be the dial in. He'll go against Monica Roberts over there in the Budweiser lane. She's got an 805 dial in on her 95 Camaro. Okay, we got a clean green light starting both lanes. 18 thou separated the two at the starting line. And at the stripe, it's going to be Derek Birch George picking up the win light here as he goes through with a 712 on that 706 dial in as Monica slows to an 810 on her 805 dial in. And the bottom run coming up here next for Marcus Cruz. Marcus out of McLean, he's got an 875 dial in. All right, once again, I'm going to be looking for Pro Eliminator, the Rollins Automotive Pro Eliminators. Need you back to lanes 3 and 4, please. Pro Eliminator back to lanes 3 and 4. All right, so looking for Pro Eliminator back to lanes 3 and 4. Looking flying by Trailer Sales Super Pros. Start making your way back into lanes 1 and 2. And Street Bikes. We'll need you back to lane 7. Excuse me, Super Pro Bikes. Super Pro Bikes need you back to lane 7, please. All right, so here we go with our final round of the 6 to 9 year old junior dragsters, and we got Blake Jones, Kylie Mockney. Okay, so Kylie Mockney is going to be over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. She's out of Venice, Florida. She'll be going up against Blake Jones. He's over here in the Budweiser lane out of Orange Park. Both have got the same dial in, 1194. It's a nice way to finish out the finals in a straight up, heads up race here in the junior dragsters. Blake Jones turns on the red light by 001. Kylie Mockney will get the win light here. And she goes 1185 on her 94 dial in. Blake went through with a 1210 on his 1194. So congratulations to Kylie Mockney. She is the winner of the 6 to 9 year olds and the junior dragsters here today. As we now go over to the junior dragsters in the 10 to 12 year old category. All right, once again, looking for the Rollins Automotive Pro Eliminator to lanes 3 and 4. Pro Eliminator lanes 3 and 4. The Flying Brian Trailer Sales Super Pro lanes 1 and 2. Super Pro lanes 1 and 2, please. Super Pro bikes, Super Pro motorcycles, need you to lane 7, please. Super Pro motorcycles, need you to lane 7, please. All right, here we go. This is the 10 to 12-year-olds. We got Aaron Kennedy over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 895 is going to be his dial-in. He's going up against Sierra Haight over there in the Budweiser lane. And Sierra pulled the trigger too early on her car. Goes 056 red. Aaron Kennedy gets the automatic win light. He goes through with an 893 on his 895. Sierra went 901 on her 903. All right, that's going to bring up Carson Murphy next. He's out of Ellington, Florida. He'll run over here in the Lucas Oil lane. Running up against Wright Cook in the Budweiser lane. Cook with an 893 dial in. He's out of Orange Park, Florida. Okay, we had a clean green light start. One's pretty good, one's way late. And had to strike on a double breakout. Rod Cook's going to get the win light here as he goes 891 on his 93 dial in. Carson Murphy went 896 on a 9 flat. He's going to bring up Hunter Dowling next. He's out of Gainesville. 890 will be the dial in over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He'll run up against Xander Cook over here in the Budweiser lane. 892 is his dial in. All right, once again, looking for the Rounds Automotive Pro Eliminator, lanes 3 and 4, Pro Eliminator. Need you to lanes 3 and 4. You're getting ready to run here very shortly. You need to be out here in the lanes. All right, we got a clean start here between Dowling and Cook. Here we go to the stripe. Win light's going to come on down there for Xander Cook. On a double breakout, he breaks out by the least. He'll move on into the next round. All right, once again, we're looking for Rollins Collins Automotive Pro Eliminator lanes 3 and 4. Pro Eliminator needs you to lanes 3 and 4. Need Blind Brian Trailer Sales Super Pro to lanes 1 and 2. Super Pro lanes 1 and 2. Super Pro Motorcycles needs you to lane 7. Super Pro Bikes lane 7.
Hey Tornado fans, this is Kurt Miracle of Miracle Automotive and Towing, proud sponsors of Tornado Football. I want to welcome you to beautiful Stark, Florida and David Hurst Stadium, and thank you for letting us be a part of this community. We're here for more than your automotive and towing needs. We're here to be part of Tornado Country. Go Big Red!
"60 years of innovation, 60 years of attention to detail, 60 years of rigorous testing under race conditions is what makes ATI Performance Products great. ATI has been helping racers like you reach the finish line first. Today, we manufacture a wide range of high-performance parts that are track-tested and race-proven. We're passionate about performance, and that passion is what drives you to the finish line first. See everything ATI has to offer at ATIRacing.com.
All right, here we go, ladies and gentlemen, round 4 of the Rollins Automotive Pro Eliminator category, and we're going to have Paul Allen coming out over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 708 is going to be the dial in for the 72 Maverick. He's out of Middleburg, Florida. And he's got a 708 dial in. He'll be going up against Rob Reynolds out of Melbourne, Florida. His Monte Carlo 636 is going to be the dial in. He'll run over here in the Budweiser lane. Okay, red light start by Rob Reynolds. Going to give Paul Allen the automatic win light here. Reynolds goes 001 red, goes 640 on the 36. Paul Allen goes 710 on his 708 dial in. He was 014 on the tree. That's going to bring up Richard Lindsay next. 651 is going to be the dial in for the 96 Mustang. He's out of Gainesville. Here we're going up against Michael Carpenter over there in the Budweiser lane. 612 the dial in for the Vegas station wagon. He's out of St. Petersburg. Red light start there by Richard Lindsay is going to give Michael Carpenter the automatic win. Carpenter goes through the 611 on that 612 dial in, but he will be moving on as Lindsay goes through the 654 on the 651. Mike French coming up next. 633 is going to be the dial in for the 65 Chevelle station wagon out of Ocala. And he'll be running up against John Dwayne over there in the Budweiser lane. 613 the dial in for the 68 Camaro out of Jacksonville. All right, 11th dial separate these two in the starting line. And it's going to be Mike French getting the win light here as he goes dead on 9, picks up the win as John Dwayne bows out with a 615 on his 613 dial in. Brett Penniman coming up next. 830 is the dial in for the GTO over there in the Lucas Oil lane. He'll go up against Tim Pafford over here in the Budweiser lane. Pafford with the S10 pickup truck out of Naylor, Georgia. He's got 727 dialed in on that vehicle. There's a 14 dial difference at the starting line. Here we go to the stripe. Your win light's going on for Tim Pafford. He goes through a 730 on the 27 dial in. Brett goes out with an 834 on his 830 dial in. Ernie Renfro coming up next. 666 is going to be the dial in there for the 1970 Camaro. And he'll be going up against Lee Hauser over there in the Budweiser lane. Hauser with a 699 dial in on the 71 Dart. Okay, we got a clean green light start in both lanes. 18 thou difference at the starting line, and it's going to be Lee Hauser getting the win light here as he goes dead on 8, picks up the win light as Ernie breaks out by 6 thousandths. Byron coming up here next for Marcus Cruz. Marcus with an 875 dial in on his Dodge Challenger. Okay, Marcus goes through an 867 on his 75 dial in. All right, here we go with our finals in the Super Pro motorcycles. And you're going to have Dwayne Leachman right over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 561 is going to be the dial in. He's out of Wildwood, Florida. And he'll run up against Sandy Rodriguez Jr. out of Bellevue. 555 will be his dial in. All right, here we go. Our final round in the Super Pro Motorcycle category is underway. Red light start by Leachman is going to give Sandy Rodriguez Jr. the automatic win, and he will be the Super Pro Motorcycle winner here today. Congratulations to Sandy. And he went through the 556 on that 55 dial, and Leachman went 566 on his 561. So that wraps up Super Pro Motorcycle for the day as we're getting ready to go over here to the Flying Brian Trailer Sales Super Pro, round number 4. And on these street bikes, back to lane 7, please. Street bikes, need you into lane 7. Need sportsmen back to lanes 5 and 6. Allen Speed Machine Sportsman, need you back to lanes 5 and 6, please. go, round number 4 of the Flying Brian Trailer Sales Super Pro. And we got Garrett Brewster coming out over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 546 going to be the dial in for the dragster out of Blackshear, Georgia. And we run up against Aaron Reynolds over here in the Budweiser lane. He's got a 621 dialed in on his Chevy S10 pickup truck out of Melbourne. Okay, we have a clean green line start. 19 pounds separate the two in the starting line. At the stripe, your win line's coming on for Aaron Reynolds. 623 on a 21 dial in. Brewster runs dead on 1. Can't get the win line to come on. 5/10,000ths of a second is the margin at the finish line. Ernie Griggs coming up next, 739 going to be the dial in for the Chevy Camaro. He's out of Ocala, Florida, owner of the Ocala Tire Service. Going up against Flying Brian Jones out of Orange Park, 467 the dial in over here in the Budweiser lane. Brian, of course, is our sponsor of this class, and is much appreciated. Okay, we got a clean green line start. 8,000 separating the two of the starting line, and it's going to be Ernie Griggs getting the run line here as Flying Brian breaks out by 8,000ths. Tom Heath coming up next. He'll be over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track in his Ford Mustang out of St. Augustine, and he'll be running up against Ron Logan over here in the Budweiser lane. 492 is going to be his dial in. Okay, so looks like Logan having problems with the dragster, and Tom Heath's going to get the win right here as he goes from 642 on the 36 dial in. That's going to bring up Will Highhouse over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track, driving the Chevy Malibu. He's got a 744 dialed in. He'll be going up against Kelly Hicks over here in the Budweiser lane. Hicks with a 454 dial in. Okay, 1 foul separate the two of the starting line. Here we go to the stripe, and it's going to be Hicks getting the win line here. 455 on a 454 dial in. As Highhouse goes out with a 747 on his 744. Highhouse was 003. Hicks was 002. Andrew Kaiser coming up next. 522 is going to be the dial in for the dragster over here out of Green Cove Springs. And going up against Buddy Goolsby over here in the Budweiser lane. 664 is the dial in for the 91 S10. He's out of Gainesville. All right, clean start for both drivers. Here we go to the stripe, and the win line's going to come on for Goolsby. 666 on a 64 dial in for Buddy. He's going to move on into the next round as Kaiser goes out with a 527 on his 522 dial in. Mike Gaffney coming up next. 723 is going to be the dial in for the 77 AMC Gremlin. He'll go up against John Dwayne over here in the Budweiser lane. Dwayne with a 613 dial in for that 68 Chevy Camaro. Okay, 55,000 difference at the starting line. Here we go to the stripe. Your win line's going to come on down there for Gaffney. 727 on a 23 dial in, picks up the win. John Dwayne goes out with a 617 on his 613 dial in. Byron coming up here for Tiara Carter. She's got a 522 dial in. I need Sportsman to lanes 5 and 6, please. Sportsman needs you to lanes 5 and 6. Street Bikes need y'all to lane 7. Street Bikes, y'all should be in lane 7. Junior Dragsters, 10 to 12-year-old junior dragsters, need you to staging lane number 2, please. Junior Dragsters, 10 to 12-year-olds, need you back to staging lane number 2. All right, this should be just a test run here for Haley Wright. Okay, Haley goes through the 531, 133 miles an hour. All right, attention in the pits. Derek Birch, need you to the staging lanes, please. Derek Birch, need you in the staging lanes. Come on down. All right, here we go to the street bike final. All right, so we got Scott DeLong over there on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He's got an 811 dialed in. They're going against Dwayne Schmidt Sr. over here in the Budweiser lane. He's got a 545 dial in. All right, once again, looking for my junior dragsters. The 10 to 12-year-olds need to go back to lane 2. Junior dragsters, 10 to 12-year-olds need to go back to lane 2, please. Sportsmen, y'all should be in lanes 5 and 6. Sportsmen, you should be in lanes 5 and 6. Looking for Derek Birch into the sportsman lanes, please. Car number 177. All right, attention to the pits. Need the Rollins Automotive Pro Eliminator. Make your way back to lanes 3 and 4, please. Pro Eliminator. Make your way back to lanes 3 and 4. All right, Street Bike Final is underway. And it's going to be Scott DeLong getting the win right here as he goes 8:13 on an 8:11. Schmidt breaks out with a 5:44 on his 5:45 dial in. All right, another license pass here for junior dragster number 147. All right, here we go with our junior dragster 10 to 12-year-old final now. Aaron Kennedy going to be over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 893 is going to be his dial in. But up against Xander Cook over here in the Budweiser lane. Xander's going to have an 890 dialed in on his car. Giving this is semifinals, not finals of the 10 to 12-year-olds. My mistake there, folks. Okay, going over there for Xander Cook, 891 on an 890. Looking for Dana Courtney to come over and do some pictures for us, please. Dana Courtney, if you could, we need you in circle for some pictures, please. Okay, that's going to bring up the bio run for Ryan Cook. So it looks like we're going to have an all Cook Brothers final round here a little bit later on. And Ryan got an 891 dialed in. Okay, so Ryan Cook's on his way. And he goes through an 893 on that 891 dial-in. So it'll be the Cook brothers coming back to run in the final round of the 10 to 12-year-old junior dragster finals here in just a little bit. All right, once again, looking for the Ronald's Automotive Pro Eliminators back to lanes 3 and 4. Pro Eliminator, need you back to lanes 3 and 4, please. And the Courtney, we need you in the winner's circle for photos, please. All right, here we go with our sportsman round number 4. All right, gonna have Derek Birch coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 706 is gonna be the dial in for the Chevy Camaro. He's going up against Dawson Bass over here in the Budweiser lane. 726 is gonna be his dial in. All right, we got a clean green light start in both lanes. Here we go to the stripe, and the wind light's going to come on down there for Derek Birch. As he goes 707 on the 706, Bass breaks out by 8 thousandths. And Bass was 005 on the tree. He was good. Birch was a little bit late. All right, so that's going to bring up Michael over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 1115 is going to be the dial in for the Nissan. Then we run up against Marcus Cruz over here in the Budweiser lane. Cruz with an 873 dial in on the Dodge Challenger. The red light start by Marcus Cruz going to give the automatic win here to the the Lucas Oil lane. All right, so Michael Gemini is going to move on into the next round, and it looks like Byron coming up here. We've already paid Gilly. It looks like he's just going to take the beam, break the beam, and back out. All right, Nick Flying, Brian Trailer, Sales Super Pro to lanes 1 and 2. Super Pro leads you to lanes 1 and 2.
"60 years of innovation, 60 years of attention to detail, 60 years of rigorous testing under race conditions is what makes ATI Performance Products great." ATI has been helping racers like you reach the finish line first. Today, we manufacture a wide range of high-performance parts that are track-tested and race-proven. We're passionate about performance, and that passion is what drives you to the finish line first. See everything ATI has to offer at ATIRacing.com.
Rollins Automotive Pro Eliminator category, and we're going to have Michael Carpenter over there on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 612 is going to be the dial in for the Chevy Bagel Wagon. And he'll run up against Lee Hauser over here in the Budweiser lane. Hauser with a 699 dial in. He's out of Ponte Vedra Beach in the 71 Dodge Dart. All right, Brian Trailer Sales Super Pro, need you back to lanes 1 and 2. Super Pro, need you back to lanes 1 and 2, please. Red light started by Carpenter. It's going to give Lee Hauser the automatic win light. Hauser goes through the 701 on that 699, and Carpenter wins 641 on the 612. Paul Allen coming up next. 712 the dial in for the 72 Ford Maverick. He's out of Middleburg. Going against Tim Pafford over here in the Budweiser lane. Pafford out of Naylor, Georgia, has got a 727 dialed in on his S10 pickup. Okay, one final separate the two at the starting line. Here we go, the stripe. The wind light's going to come on down there for Tim Pafford. As he goes dead on 6, picks up the wind. This Small Island slows to a 714 on that 712 dial in. They were 041 and 042 on those reaction times. All right, attention to the pits. Tierra Carter, we need you in the staging lanes, please. Tierra Carter, need you to the staging lanes, please. All right, here goes Mike French over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 633 is going to be the dial in for the 65 Chevelle station wagon out of Ocala. Going up against Marcus Cruz over here in the Budweiser lane. 870 is the dial in for the Dodge Challenger. All right, got a clean green light starting both lanes. Here we go. The stripe. Your wind light's going to come on for Marcus Cruz. 884 on an 870 dial in as Mike French breaks out by 3 thousandths. All right, attention to the pits. Need Sportsman. Sportsman back to lanes 5 and 6, please. Sportsman, need you back to lanes 5 and 6. All right, here we go. The Super Pro, round 5. Tom Heath over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 636 going to be the dial in for the Ford Mustang out of St. Augustine. Then we going up against Buddy Goolsby over here in the Budweiser lane. 666 is the dial in for the S10 out of Gainesville. All right, we got a clean green light starting both lanes. 7th thou separate the two at the starting line. Here we go to the stripe, and it's going to be Tom Heath getting the win light. He goes 637 on the 36 dial in. Goolsby breaks out with a 664 on his 666. Mike Gaffney coming up next. 725 is going to be the dial in for the 77 AMC Gremlin. He'll go up against Aaron Reynolds over here in the Budweiser lane. 622 is the dial in for the S10 pickup. All right, 7th thou separate these two at the starting line. And we go to the stripe, and the win light's going to come on down there for Aaron Reynolds. He goes dead on 9, picks up the win light there as Mike Gaffney breaks out with a 723 on his 725 dial in. All right, Ernie Griggs coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 739 is going to be the dial in for the 72 Camaro out of Ocala. They go up against Tierra Carter over here in the Budweiser lane. She's got a 523 dial in. She's out of Blackshear, Georgia. All right, we got green light starts in both lanes. Here we go to the stripe. Your win light's going to come on down there for Ernie Griggs. 740 on 739. Carter goes dead on 8. Can't get it done. She's 170 on the tree to Ernie's 028. Byron coming up here for Kelly Hicks. 455 is going to be the dial in for Hicks. Sportsmen, you should be in lanes 5 and 6. Sportsmen, you should be in lanes 5 and 6. Junior dragster finalists, need a 10 to 12-year-old junior dragster finalists, lane 2. Junior dragster finalists, need you to lane number 2. Come on down. All right, no 20 reaction time there for Hicks. He goes 4:55 with a 9 on a 4:55. All right, here we go back into sportsmen. This is round 5. Looks like our bow run's going to go out first here. This is Michael at the wheel of his 23 Nissan. Got 11 flat dialed in. Goes 11:28, 65 miles an hour. All right, so here we go. We got Bart Pangilian coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 810 is going to be the dial in for the Corvette. He'll go up against Derek Burcho here in the Budweiser lane. 706 is the dial in for the Chevy Camaro. All right, Burch out of Hilliard, Florida. All right, got a clean green light start in both lanes. Jack Gillian's going to get the win line here as he goes 8:17 on his 8:10 dial in.
"60 years of innovation, 60 years of attention to detail, 60 years of rigorous testing under race conditions is what makes ATI Performance Products great." ATI has been helping racers like you reach the finish line first. Today, we manufacture a wide range of high-performance parts that are track-tested and race-proven. We're passionate about performance, and that passion is what drives you to the finish line first. See everything ATI has to offer at ATIRacing.com.
Just bear with us for a few moments. As we go deeper in these rounds, we try to allow drivers to cool their cars off. We will be back to racing here real shortly. All right, Team Pro, Super Pro, and Sportsman, back to the lanes. Cool and fuel them. Come back in the lanes, please.
junior dragster final round for the 10 to 12 years old, and it's going to be a sibling rivalry as we're going to have a brothers cook going at it. Xander are going to be over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He's got an 893 dialed in. Ryden's going to be over here in the Budweiser lane. Also got an 893 dialed in. All right, so here we go, the Cook brothers, Xander and Ryden. Let's see who's going to carry home the trophy here this evening and bragging rights. All right, Ryden's got the early lead here as he's off with a better reaction time. He's 087 to 147. And he is going to get the win line. 898 on an 893 for Ryden Cook. It's going to be the win there this evening. Xander goes 895 on his 893. So congratulations to the Cooks. All right, attention in the pits. I need Super Pro, Pro and Sportsman to the lanes. Super Pro, Pro and Sportsman, need y'all back to the lanes.
I want to thank everyone who's took the time out of their day to join us on the Spot Motorsports Media here at Gainesville Raceway, as we're bringing you the racing action from the Summit ET Series here. We have a few more classes still up to be contested. Those classes are Pro, Super Pro, and Sportsman. So just bear with us as those drivers are getting their cars cooled off and topped off with gas before bringing them back into the staging lanes. We'd like to thank our sponsors, Miracle Automotive and Towing and Sark. If you broke down on the side of the road, guess what? You don't have to pray for a miracle. You can just pick up the telephone and call Miracle at 904-368-1114. Don't forget about Team GRE. That's right, Goolsby Racing Enterprises right here in Gainesville, Florida. They can do anything from making shirt signs, lettering up your storefront. Give them a call. They can do it all at 352-870-7258. Don't forget about on-the-spot lawn maintenance. Hey, if you need someone to come mow your grass or just get a quote, give them a call at 904-966-1633. Hey, if you like On the Spot Motorsports Media, but you also like to know what's going on in politics, hey, jump on Facebook on Tuesday nights at 7 p.m. Eastern Time and go watch them at On the Spot with David Rogers. Also coming up here on October the 27th and 28th is the 8th annual 352 shootout that will be taking place here. They will also have a car show as long as with many different classes being contested. Cars are currently making their way into the staging lanes right now. And hopefully we'll be back real soon.
All right, here we go back to Pro Eliminator. This is round 6. And we got Lee Hauser coming up over there on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 701 is going to be his dial in, the 71 Dodge out of Ponte Vedra, Florida. Going up against Marcus Cruz over here in the Budweiser lane. 877 is the dial in for the Dodge Challenger out of McClenny. Okay, we got a clean green light start. 4th foul, separate the two at the starting line. Here we go to the stripe, and your win light's going to come on down there for Marcus Cruz. 878 on 877 dial in. Marcus is going to be moving on into the finals, it looks like, against Tim Pafford. Pafford's got my run here. 7:27 is going to be the dial in for the S10 pickup out of Naylor, Georgia. And Pafford goes through the 7:26 on that 27 dial in. All right, here we go, back into Super Pro. And this will be round 6 in Super Pro. All right, here we go. We got Tom Heath coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 6:36 is going to be the dial in for the 88 Mustang. He's out of St. Augustine, Florida. Coming up against Ernie Griggs over there in the Budweiser lane. 7:39 is going to be the dial in for Griggs. His 72 Camaro. Okay, we're away clean and green. We got 15,000 separated two at the start. Looks like Griggs having problems with the Camaro as he slowed way down out there. And Tom Heath's going to get the red line here as he goes 6:48 on that 6:39. Griggs had a better reaction time, but yeah, the car just laid over on him. So that'll bring up your next pairs. We're going to have Aaron Reynolds over there on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 6:20 is going to be the dial in for the S10 pickup truck. Going against Kelly Hicks over here in the Budweiser lane, 4.99. here we go, as we got Aaron Reynolds and James Kelly Hicks coming up over here. All right, got a clean green light start. 11th hour difference at the starting line and the stripe. It's going to be Aaron Reynolds getting the win light here. 622 on a 620 dial in. It's 29 10,000ths of a second was the margin of victory for Aaron Reynolds. All right, so Pro, Super Pro, as soon as you cool the fuel, and we'll get it back in the lanes to try and get this thing wrapped up for the day. All right, here goes our sportsman final round. We're going to have Martin and Gillian over there on the Lucas Oil side of the track, 810 to dial in on the Chevy Corvette out of Melrose. Going up against car number 181. This is Michael Jiminy. I hope I got that right. Can't hardly read it. It's out of Tampa, Florida, driving the Nissan over there on the Budweiser side. He's got 1130 dialed in. Looks like about 4,000 separate the two at the starting line, and at the stripe, the win light's coming on for Martin and Gillian. He goes 827 on that 810. As the Nissan slowed to 1150 on its 1130 dial in. All right, once again, Pro and Super Pro finalists to the lanes. As soon as you cool and fuel them, please. Pro final round. Pro final round. And we got Marcus Cruz coming up over here on the Winston side of the track. 77 going to be the Dodge Challenger going up against Tim Pafford out of Taylor, Georgia. 727 is going to be the dial in there for the S10 pickup truck. Once again, this is your Rollins Automotive Pro final round. All right, 7th mile, separate the two at the starting line. This one should be a good one at the finish. Here we go. Win light, Marcus Cruz, dead on 4. He gets the win. Pafford, dead on 1. 45 10,000ths of a second was the difference at the stripe. That's a good race, folks. forward with the final race of the day. This is going to be your Super Pro final round. Tom Heath. He's going to be over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He's out of St. Augustine. 6:36 is the dial in for the 88 Mustang. He'll go up against Aaron Reynolds. And the Chevy pickup up over here in the Budweiser lane. He's got a 6:22 dialed in. Aaron from around the Melbourne area. All right, here we go. And we got a clean green light start both lanes. Looks like we've got 7 dial difference up starting line. Here we go. The stripe. Reynolds is going to get the win light here. 6:30.23 on his 22 dial in. Tom Heath goes out with a 6:38 on his 6:36. All right, ladies and gentlemen, that's going to wrap things up for us here at Gainesville Raceway for this weekend. We do appreciate y'all coming out and being with us. And we look forward to seeing y'all again in the very near future. Be safe on your way home, and good night, everybody.